Hello everyone! Apologies for my tardiness once again. I am technically 1 minute late. 1 minute late, though, that's not enough for me to be fired though at work. Anyway. Don't mind me just getting our flight plan up. Some brief. New flight. Charlie Sierra. We're gonna go with a different call center. We're gonna go 72 Sierra. 72 Sierra. Just pick 72 Sierra. We departing out of our first leg of the day is going to be Edinburgh to Düsseldorf. Flying the 777-200ER. During your flight. So we were going to do one thing tonight. Then I decided to change it. And then I decided to change it again. And now I'm actually like settled on, okay, this is actually what we're going to do. Oh, wait, CS. Going up and up. V pilot. Going to get Moby flight up. Tonight is a yoke night, as in we are flying with the yoke. No Mosa action, unfortunately. Despite the Mosa being the absolute best stick in the world. Though it is worth noting that with the Mosa, we are really only using about 10% of what it actually has to offer. Let me just go ahead and open up Baltimore Air Group. Connect up. Charlie Hotel Sierra 72 Sierra as a B772. Allow. Alright. Don't mind me just getting stuff set up still. Flights, file flight, import, sim brief, Düsseldorf, connect, open flight, you're off to, alright, perfect, that's all good, and then let me go ahead and open up New Sky so we can actually have someone judge our first flight in the triple in a while. It has been, gosh, I think it's been about 2 weeks since I last used this thing. Flight to free flight, max, flight number, or whatever, departure, Edinburgh, arrival, Düsseldorf, B772, take my Rolls Royce. Rolls Royce makes a lot more than just cars, you know? Make engines. And actually even more stuff than that. Give me an extra 5 minutes or so. Alright. Book flight. There we go. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Let's get into the flight deck of this lovely 777. Just go ahead. I really need to give everything a nice clean off here at some point. Alright. Anyway, let's go ahead and get our external power on. View, get everything else on. Boom, boom. Oh, it feels like I'm right back at home with this thing. Boom, boom. 777. I'm sorry, I don't care who you are. The 777 does really rule the world. I'm gonna show everyone something in a moment, actually. All right, so we have this. All right, give it a second. Did I get yours online? Or good. Alright, so you have this, right? And then In a moment, you're going to see the true magic of this. All right. Now this, no kidding, I spent like an hour on. You have to give it a second, though. You have to give it a second. Still booting up. Still, these systems are still booting up. Okay. Because I'm going to show you this thing I spent an hour on. There you go. Literally spent an hour on this. Don't ask why it took me an hour. But it did. Anyway. Still waiting on these systems to go ahead and get up and running. Anyway, in the meantime, request data from SimBrief. Let me go ahead and get Navigraph up real quickly. What battery is my phone on? No. 21%. 21% battery. Good. It was down to 3. I think that's like the closest I've actually gotten to it being dead. Anyway, so if we look at this flight plan, oh shit, variable 5 knot. Ouch, that's a lot of variation. I don't know what retro means. Yeah, it might mean that this arrival into Dusseldorf might be a little bit interesting. Anyway, let's see here. Room 24 Talia, that's not a departure you are allowed to take. It'll be Gotham 1 Charlie. Gotham 1 Charlie departure. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm really sorry to have as SimBrief decides to keep doing this, but the Talia 6 Charlie departure is not a valid departure for airliners. All right, it says it in the charts. It's not a valid departure. Okay, anyway, though. It'll be the Gotham 1 Charlie departure. Then we can still go direct to Talia, but it doesn't mean that the Talia departure is a valid departure, because it is not. It very much is not a valid one. Anyway, let's see here. FMC. Oh, my nav tab's out of date. Shit, forgot. Couldn't quickly update it. Yeah, it is out of date by a week as well. Forgot. It's been so long since we last did this thing. Updating FMC. Alright, there we go. Now it should be accurate. Alright, departure. Alright. Let's see here. Index. Nav data. What is it giving me? There we go. There we go. That's perfect. There we go. That is precisely what I need. Sit and root. Request root. Shit, I forgot. We have to get it from SimBrief again. I'm actually ready to put in the root again by hand. Yeah, we can go ahead and set the payload on this, set the fuel, and select the route. That's the first time I just had this. That is literally the first time I've ever had a wasp. Holy, I just had a wasp in this thing. first time ever I've had this. First time ever. Holy shit. Holy. Holy shit. Never had a WASM in this thing. This thing's like my go-to aircraft because it doesn't have WASMs. Okay. That is interesting. See if maybe I can recreate it. I've never had a WASM in this thing up until now. Holy. Damn, that might make this thing unusable. Never have I had a WASM in this thing like that. Never. I will be reporting to that to BMG. All right. Well, let me just go ahead and get the this information up. Awesome module crash. It's usually caused by corrupt cache or instability in handling imported flight plans. Click. Let's see here. Let me support. I'm just gonna report this WASM real quickly. Start ticket. Product 777-200 EA. Get WASM crash after. Alright, let's try this again. FMC position init. Copy that over. Route request sim brief set payload set fuel select route. It's actually gonna do it. Yes, it did that time. Alright. How long do we have our new sky? 25. Okay, we can maybe be out of here in 10 minutes. Predictable. So maybe putting this in So I'm only putting this in not necessarily. Not necessarily to okay. I'm doing all right. Sorry, everyone, just putting in this thing just to help PMDG. I was doing hitting the FMC button. Damn it, I wasn't recording this shit. Okay. These viewers have to have done it. Okay. Hitting the select root button on the FMC did it. Alright. I know we have stuff to do, but I do want to submit that. You know, I'll finish that up. Lost for cruising. Alright, load root. It's not a great start if we had a wasm. Just dated nav data a few seconds prior. Just updated nav data a few seconds prior. Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to submit this bug report for Team the G just so they know, or just say maybe they can help get to the bottom of WASM crashes. Because I know that this thing has not been having a good time recently when it comes to WASMs. And we all saw it. We all saw it happen. I just updated the. I just hit the select root button in here and it did it. First time I've ever had a WASM crash outside of a GSX calls thing. A Gaussian when Charlie departure, execute. And accept that. Boom. In terms of our performance, this doesn't take long to get set up. Just equal improve climb because just improve climb is stupid. We're gonna be actually on a takeoff to assume temp 5.3. Let me just make sure we are on live because I was. Yeah. We're gonna be on a flaps 5 takeoff. 13113. Can actually, I agree with all those numbers. QNH 1006. We're actually ready for. We're actually about ready. Trains we have. Let me just get the wind data real quickly. Load. We are actually basically ready. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. In that case, I'm gonna finish submitting this ticket before we go. Whoever's tuning in, welcome aboard. Yeah, dinner now. Went into the FMC just to verify that it had updated alright, so let's see here. I had pressed the load fuel and payload buttons directly prior to selecting the route. Okay. Community folder. I'm just gonna go ahead and take a screenshot of this community folder real quickly. Contents attached. Attached. All right. Sorry, everyone. Just trying to go ahead and submit this report. Watch them crash after selecting route from sim brief. Textures installed. There we go. To get submitted. All right. Anyways, apologies about all that, everyone. Just wanted to go ahead and get that bug report in. Maybe help PMDG out, making this thing truly the best aircraft to ever come across the face of the bloody planet, which it still is. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead. I think I am actually ready for push. Oh shit! I never reconnected to Batson. Just realized that. Anyway, let's see here. We can get beacons on. These are all fine. All right. Let's see here. Edinburgh traffic, just pick 3, 5 Papa, stand 407, push and start now, facing north. Traffic. Alright, GSX, don't fuck me today. connections. At least ground power. Remove chocks. Alright, there we go.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Good, so am I. Actually, I do want to just do a quick miniature flight controls check.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Come on now. Come on now. We are behind.
Locking gear.
We are late, unfortunately, because I was too busy reporting a bug to reporting a WASM to PMTG, which did need to get done. That is one of those things that everyone should do, by the way. If you notice any bugs in an aircraft, please report them to the developer, so because then they can fix it, right? And especially if they receive nose left tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Partner
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Especially if developers receive multiple reports of the same thing, then it means that they can fix it, right? Initial speed will be 139. And then initial heading is 239. Right, and especially in a situation with WASM crashes, which for the most part WASMs are basically unpredictable in nature, right? It helps them out as well, saying if for example, any builds had massive WASM crashes relating to they had when you were changing up a via, right? A star slash.
Please set parking brakes.
When you're changing up your arrival, doing a runway change, right? And especially if you hit anything with like a via, right? For example, you're taking the Nugra to hotel arrival via Nugra, right? For example, just for example, right? Anybody's had that issue, and they were able, and so many bug reports after so many people had it, they were able to help solve that issue, right? Now, PMDG didn't used to have a lot of WASMs at all. They still don't. It's still better than anybody's ever was. But still.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Still.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
If I had to guess, I think that updating the nav data had something to do with that one. I have had issues in the past with updating nav data. Taxi lights on now. Turn off lights on. Go ahead and get flaps to full. Rudder checked. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. We have 2 good engine starts. APU off. And I think I have a Alright. Edinburgh traffic. Chesapeake 385 Papa taxi now holding point Delta 1 for runway 24 via Golf Mike and Alpha. Edinburgh traffic. Auto brake. RTO. Get flaps up to 5. Let's go. And it doesn't just go for WASMs, right? It goes for a lot of other things. If you notice any bugs with any aircraft, please do the developers a favor. Report this bug so they can actually fix it. Right. Actually, right now Microsoft has the issue of everyone's been treating MSFS like as early access, and then we complained about the sim being buggy. And so people are the issue right now with MSFS is that they're treating the betas as early access, right? That looks purple. And the issue with people treating it with as early access is, okay, you're treating it as early access. Now you're not necessarily testing for bugs. Now you are just flying it and then giving bullshit over everything when shit doesn't go to plan, right? And when shit breaks, it's like, I'm sorry, your whole job with being in the beta channel is to test out the product. That's your whole job. I'm sorry. There's no excuse for that. If you're in the beta channel and you're noticing bugs and you're bitching about them on YouTube, you're not helping anyone. And that's on you, right? And then we get an SU5 product, which is full of bugs and full of shit and breaks so many things. And we complain about it. It's like the beta testers didn't do their job, or at least not well enough, right? Because they would have caught a lot of things in beta if the beta testers were actually doing their job. So, but anyway, if you notice any bugs anywhere, report them to PNG, or report them to the developer, and that goes for everything in life. I mean, they'll look at it and they may ask you some follow-up questions. You don't necessarily have to answer them every time, but it does help them get their eye on it as a potential issue that they might need to fix. Edinburgh traffic, Chesapeake 720, lining up now on May 24 via Delta 1 traffic. Lights are on, right? Everything's on. We're fine. 239, there we go. VNAV, LNF set, flaps, 5 set, transporter's good. Auto brake RTO, both flight directors are on. Okay, come up here, all lights are on. APU is off. Good. Clear for takeoff. Takeoff checklist complete. Edinburgh traffic, Chesapeake 72 Sierra taking off now, runway 24 on a Gaussian 1 Charlie departure. Edinburgh traffic. Engines stabilized. Takeoff to 53 degrees centigrade on the assumed temp. Pressure on the nose. Airspeed live. 80 knots checked. Pressure off the nose now.
V1.
V1 and rotate. That's right, gear up. Okay, once again, Microsoft really needs to work on the ground handle, or on the ground effects, because it should not have been that hard to take off there. I mean, if a 757 is doing better on X-Plane, then Microsoft really needs to work on it. Okay, flaps in. Edinburgh traffic, Chesapeake 72 Sierra now airborne passing altitude 3,000 feet. Initial climbs altitude 6,000 feet. Edinburgh traffic. That was a reasonably smooth departure. I'll go uphill on now just because I'm a little peckish. Rain. That's another thing that X-Plane does better. Rain. We are on a milk run to Düsseldorf. Okay, not really. We're off to Düsseldorf, then we're gonna go off to Manny from Düsseldorf. Or actually from Brussels, actually. Actually, I think we're gonna actually just go in a chain. Screw Brussels. We're gonna go Manny from Düsseldorf. And then we're going to go VFR from, assuming that weather's good enough, we're going to go VFR from Manny down to Bristol. That is the intention anyway. We'll have to plan that out a little later, because we do have to do some proper planning for that. What's our cruising flight level? 410. We're going up to flight level 410 on this one. Alright. Anyway, so we have 410 in the box there. Just to say the 777 still does rule the world despite our one WASM crash. May I remind you that is our first WASM crash in literally 10 months. Our first one was GSX, and that was in 2020. That wasn't even in 2024. That was in 2020. Our first one was with GSX after we held over Heathrow for a minute. Oh, there we go. Now we're out of the clouds. Now this is looking good. Traffic, Chesapeake 72 Sierra, climbing now flight level 410. Traffic. Just go climb direct now. 410, and we can go ahead and switch it over to standard pressure now. Go land lights off. Turn off, taxi off. The 777 rules the world. And that's the sad thing though with the 777 is that it's still a widely used aircraft, but it is being retired. And it's why I mean it's only had a few incidents in its time, nothing compared to the 737. Yeah, this thing's amazing. Hi, welcome aboard. Flip 1 November flow. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard this 777. This Air Baltimore, which is a virtual airline owned by me. This Air Baltimore 777 service from Edinburgh down to Düsseldorf. Then we're having another 777 service from Düsseldorf to Manchester. It's been all right. A bit busy at work, but that's usual now. It's only get busier for the next 3 months right up until I move to the UK. But I might slow down a little then. But anyway, it's been not bad. I'm from work about 2 hours ago. Figured may as well stream. It's been a minute, and figure may as well take the lovely 772, which, in case you can't tell, is my favorite aircraft by far. Oh, I noticed a bug with the 777. livery. Look at the tail. Notice how the like checkered pattern is a bit more down on one side. We are estimating just off with 12.9 tons of fuel, which is average for this thing. Our max is level 430. Try prove a point to Grumpy. Try prove a point with Grumpy. Because Grumpy's been flying the A359 recently. And that has a max altitude of 430 as well. Right now, our max is 430. Though it might go up to 341 and 34, or sorry, 431 or 432. As we climb over England, or sorry, over Scotland and into Europe. Sounds not bad. Sounds not bad. Cheap grocery store salad. Let's see here. Welcome aboard, mate. How can I help you? Don't mind me just eating salad. Welcome aboard, Mohammed. Welcome aboard. This is an Air Baltimore route. The longest flight in real life or in the sim? Because in the sim, it's gotta have been Atlanta to Heathrow, which is roughly a 9-hour flight. Roughly a 9 to 10 hour flight, sorry. In real life, the longest flight I've ever been on will have been Heathrow to Dulles. Not real life pilot. And unfortunately, medically speaking, I am not eligible. I just have a few things wrong. I just have a few things. I just have a few things that have unfortunately, or that will unfortunately prevent me from being a safe pilot. Anyway, the longest I've flown in the sim has been about 9 hours, 9 to 10 hours. Atlanta to Heathrow. So, oh, can you tell? It's a lovely 777. I mean, read the title of the stream. The 777 rules the world. And there is precisely zero doubt about that in my mind. This thing is absolutely fucking amazing. You're in a 777-200ER, in case anyone is curious, but all 777s are wonderful. The 777-200 just appears, or it just seems to be my favorite aircraft out of the bunch. And it's because it's so versatile. It is just such a versatile aircraft. I mean, I've landed this thing in 3,000 feet before. I've also taken off in it in 3,000 feet. I mean, 3,000 feet being able to do that doesn't take much. I mean, you can't like really load the aircraft up with fuel and everything, but it allows you to it allows you to maybe get to a bigger airfield where maybe you can refuel and then continue on with your journey. I used to stream on Twitch. I don't anymore. So actually, Twitch is still back in the MCFS days. So we've changed the channel name 3 times. We started off as Ryan MCFS. Okay, that's what we started off the channel with. Then I moved over to Ryan TechFS, as we were doing more tech stuff, less Minecraft stuff. And then we moved on, and then I cut the tech out of it entirely, and now we're just Ryan FS. So that was like a year and a half ago when we switched over from Ryan MCFS. So right now I just use YouTube when it comes to streaming. Plus it simplifies things, allows me to stream, allows YouTube just to be the one stream, allows OBS to be shit at times, and me not to have to worry about it. Seattle to Charles to Cal. That's not, that's a pretty long flight. That's gotta be, what, 12 hours, something like that? It's got to be a 12-hour flight and maybe 14 on the way back, something like that. That's a pretty damn long flight. Oh, you're talking about in the sim. The 747. Yeah, the 747, that's a good aircraft as well. But in terms of modern aircraft that actually are still in service, nothing beats the 777. Nothing beats it. I'll actually be flying on a 777 in less than 3 months. Shit, I have less than 3 months before I move. Shit. For those who are unaware, this channel might go dead for a few months as in September 14th, I am moving over to the United Kingdom from Baltimore, from here in Baltimore. I'm just sick of the U.S. at this point. Most likely Manchester area. Oh, makes sense. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. I actually just sit here most of the time because sitting here is relaxing. Gets me away from the allows me to focus primarily on flying. Allows me to relax a bit. I have to deal with life for a little bit. So just allows me to sit here and just stare into the abyss. Oh, now that's a good view. Should see maybe let's see. We should be seeing EGM. Excuse me. Leeds, Bradford. To be seeing Leeds. It is 11 o'clock at night, which is completely fine. Let's see here. Let's see. We should be seeing. Leeds, Bradford should be over there. You miss a waypoint and don't notice for a good hour. What do you do? Well, in an hour time, at that point in time, you try to just look on the map, see where you are, see what waypoint you missed. Because the plane will fly to it itself, but that shouldn't ever happen. And the reason that shouldn't ever happen is because it's in your FMC, right? If there's a discontinuity, right? And so legs, right? We don't have any discontinuities, but let's say I wanted to add a waypoint like thus, right? Or here, actually, I'll just go and throw in the arrival now whilst we have a chance, and I'll show you because it'll show you. So you shouldn't ever miss a waypoint. The plane will fly itself there. We runway 23 left. You ever arrive into Düsseldorf where it hasn't been 23 left. And we're just gonna take the ILS first because the arrival's kind of shit. ILS runway 23 left. Alright, and so I'm gonna go into legs here. There's gonna be discontinuity. Now what you do at all times is you correct that discontinuity, fix it, and now we'll be fine. Now, missing your altitude restriction, missing your speed restriction, those are two separate things. Now, those are easy to do, but then you inform ACC if you have any, Apologies, we missed our speed restriction. We are reducing our speed now, or maybe apologies, we missed our altitude. Right, blah 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 blah. You coordinate that with ATC and you tell them why you missed it. Sometimes you're just too heavy, or maybe it takes you some extra time to reduce speed and maintain good rate of descent as well, right? Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Alright. We're going to have a few shorts for everyone here soon. That'll help out with the channel. Alright, we are beginning to cross now the English Channel. I think that's what it's called anyway. Yeah, the English Channel. In case everyone wants to see what our route looks like, that's what our route looks like. So, essentially, this is where we are now. Here's Edinburgh up here. We are going off to Goods, then Bergy, then Hamas, then Rexix, to Unkar, to Tebro, and Pizap. And then from Pizap, actually, can go ahead and throw that in this approach, ILS approach. From Pizap, we're actually just going to go straight here for what is known as an ILS approach, so an instrument approach, into runway 23 left at Düsseldorf. Here's what Düsseldorf looks like. We'll vacate via Lima 6 or Lima 7, taxi to parking over here somewhere. I think we'll probably plan on taking... We'll plan on taking one of these things. But we have dedicated this terminal here as the... Sorry, we've dedicated this area here as the Air Baltimore area, because Düsseldorf is actually one of our big hubs for Air Baltimore. Let's see here. You can see here what our hubs are. Düsseldorf, eventually it's going to be our main EU hub. Our next stream will be either tomorrow night, so Friday night, or it'll be Saturday night. Though I'm leaning towards Saturday night because I do need to work on some video editing. I have like 5 videos I gotta make. And they're annoying, and I kind of want to invest in Adobe Premiere Pro again because it's better than Filmora, which is what I've been using. Adobe Premiere Pro is good to use. I tend to like it. The best out there, really. What do y'all think about this here? About our little screens here. Open board. We are in an alliance with Gibair, which is another virtual airline, by the way. We share route, profit, and pilots. Routes, profit, pilots. Back at it with the root beer. I do not endorse anyone drinking alcohol. No, this is not alcohol. This is root beer. YouTube's gonna bash me now for that, aren't they? All right. My voicemail. Let me give my voicemail a call. Back. Still looking for a job in the UK, by the way. If anyone wants to give me any endorsements for any jobs over there, I will do shit work. I will do the work that no one wants to do. I will work with sewage with my bare hands if I need to. Get maybe not that much, but I will happily go and deal with people shit. So I will happily go deal with people shit and sewage if I need to. All right. Winds are top descent. Top descent is in 146 miles. For Düsseldorf, we can go in auto brake 1 for Düsseldorf because our reversers are stupidly powerful in this thing. PZAP 1 Alpha arrival, ILS approach runway 2. We were not actually doing the PZAP arrival. Just descend to an altitude of 3,000 feet, level Metma. And then, yeah, in terms of our, that's going to make that 338 on the Barrow. So that's our minimums. Essentially, by the time we have the field in sight, we need to... Essentially, by the time we have the field in sight, we need to be at or above 338 feet. Otherwise, we're going to go around and prepare for a Cat 3 ILS. that's not going to be an issue. Visibility 999. Let's see here. Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue. 160 degrees, 06 knots variable. Actually, okay, that's fine. UNH will be 1015. Gonna preset that real quickly. The 777 really does rule the world. See, can I see Europe in the far distance? Indeed I can. Indeed I can. You know, fun fact, depending on how good the day is, if the visibility is actually good enough, you can actually see Europe. You can actually see Europe from the UK. You can see the coastline. Depending on if the visibility is good or not. It is a bit of a hard thing to see, but it is possible to see Europe from the UK. So. See what's the distance? It's got to be no more than what, 10 miles or 30 miles or so. Earth. Let's find out. At its closest point. Oh, that's not far at all. "22 miles. 22 miles at its closest point. And then what do you measure its farthest point by? Because by definition, its farthest point would have to be literally around the other side of the globe. By definition, the farthest away, right? Farthest possible line you can draw in a straight, right? At its farthest point. Okay. Well, actually, really, that's actually a good question. Is that the way that works, right? Top descent is in 11 minutes. Oh, there's a go around. There's a go around. Going 3500. Go ahead. Skipple. ILS for mate 2-1. Going around. Go around. That's interesting. Go around. There's nothing wrong with go around, just to say it. Absolutely nothing wrong with performing a go around. Okay. If you need to go around, it's best to go around than crash. You can always go around if it don't look right coming down Don't wait until your slide may be flying upside down. You can always go around it too. You can always go around it too. Don't look right coming down to do. Don't wait until your sideways may be flying upside down. Can always go around it too. Sorry, my headphone cable's been annoying me. It's braided cable. Just to say it, plain rubber cables are 1,000 times better than braided cables. Just to say it. I don't know anyone who's going to share that opinion, but my issue with braided cables is that they always get knotted. And they just stuck. Rather, I'll just happily take a normal rubber cable, please. Thank you very much. It's kind of a point now where someone's advertising a braided cable, I actually say, fuck it, I'm not going with you. You're advertising the benefits of braided cable and not saying any of the downsides. Which, okay, I understand as sales people, you're supposed to do it still. I see precisely 0 upsides to a braided cable, aside from maybe half. Aside from maybe that was a fast ass go around. Oh yes it is, mate. Yes it is, Gary. 777, it rules the world. It really does. And even though it is beginning to get phased out, it still very much rules the skies. Far more than the A380, far more than the A350. The only long haul airliner out there that maybe compares in terms of still being around and in terms of numbers is maybe the 787 Dreamliner. But I mean, this thing is still very useful in 2026. What's my opinion on it? What do you mean from what standpoint? Because I have my opinion on the Concorde. I think it was a great aircraft. I mean, it helped found Airbus. I mean, it was the foundation that formed Airbus. It's a great thing, and it's kind of sad that they retired them, and they, in my opinion, they really should not have. But what are you gonna do? I mean, it actually lasted. In terms of how long airliners last in service, it's actually something interesting because the Concorde actually did really well time-wise in comparison to a lot of airliners. Because it first entered service in the 1970s. It was in the early 1970s, right? It lasted up in service until the early 2000s, and it lasted 30 years. So worth noting, it's only the one of them as well, right? Now, I think that the Concorde would still be flying if they'd actually decided to renew it, right? Give it updated engines, give it a more modern flight deck. You have to remember, when they retired the Concorde, this thing was out. I mean, again, maybe not the 200ER, but the 777s were out when they decided to retire the Concorde. And they'd have been out for significant time as well. depends on what you're trying to do on that front. If you're trying to do cargo, the 747-8 far better. If you're trying to transport passengers as efficiently as possible, there's a reason that one of them's flying and the other's not. So, something to keep in mind. Both are wonderful, by the way. Both are absolutely wonderful. From an airline perspective, I can have a hard time imagining how you can fill every seat on a 747 and still make a profit without charging prices through the roof. Especially in 2026 when your fuel prices are also through the roof. And that's where the 777 comes in play. Because the 777 transports, I think, maybe 10% less, but at basically half the fuel. Essentially half the fuel consumption. And it's a little smaller, so you can fit in and out of airports a little bit better. But that said, though, if you're trying to transport freight, then okay. And that's where the 747 does a really good job. Oh, nice. Yeah, no, the 777X is going to change the world. It's going to completely change. It's going to completely change aviation when that thing gets out, because those wingtips fold in, right? So the 777X both has the same issue, but also solves the same issue that the A380 had. Okay, because the 777, so the issue with the A380 is that it was simply too big, right? There's a lot of airports where it simply would not fit. Rather, okay, the 777, though, while it's in the sky, it technically does not fit with those initial 777 requirements. But because the ends of the wings can fold in and out and can provide the extra lift necessary, now you can fit it into existing 777 stands. Not to mention it has a modern flight deck. I mean, those pilots are going to have to go through one of those iPad courses, but it's more modern. If you look at the flight deck of it, it's identical to the 787. And so everyone who currently flies the 787, they're going to go through a little extra training, and then also be certified on the 777X and be able to fly both at the same time. Something that has been lacking massively in the long haul department. Right. Not to mention, it's not your standard metal airliner. It's made out of the same composite material that the A350s and current 787s are made out of. That same exact composite material. So, I think the 777X is going to change aviation, to be honest, especially with those folding wing tips. Now, the next challenge for Boeing is they have this proven long haul technology with the composite airframes. Hang on a second, we have to descent now. Descend now out of the level 200 initially. Düsseldorf traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa Heavy, descending now out flight level 200. Expecting ILS approach into runway 23 left, Düsseldorf traffic. Take decimal 8 for Germans in the Mach. Anyways, so the challenge for Boeing and Airbus next is, okay, they have this proven long haul technology, right? Now, take that proven long haul technology and put it on a short haul aircraft. Put it on like a 320 Neo, or for Boeing, maybe bring back the 757, a nice narrow body. Put that on like a fresh 757, right? That's the next step for both Airbus and Boeing. Because if you can make the existing airframes more fuel efficient, especially in short hauls, well, then you change aviation even more, because then you're actually making aviation a bit more affordable. Oh, you should know that by now. Fuck the 737. Seriously, fuck the 737. It's awful. It's seriously, fuck the 737. No, no, it isn't. It absolutely isn't. It hasn't been updated in, I don't know, 50 years. They're still using the same fucking airframes. The people who are certified on the 737-800s were also certified on the 737 originals. And not in the same way, though. Okay, you're right, but not in the same way. And then those same people who are certified on the 737-800s are also certified on the 737 Maxes. Okay, Boeing had a fucking massive opportunity to create a modern airliner for the 737, and they completely destroyed it. And then they also tried to cover up all those shitty systems in it by literally lobbying the government. I'm sorry, just tell me how that doesn't immediately make it one of the worst aircrafts ever. Especially the Max. Not from the A300. Not from the A300, no. Get the A320s to the A320 or to the A320 Neos, but okay. No, the A310 is even more different. Not the same type certification. Not the same type certification. It's a completely different aircraft. Albeit there were changes in it. From the A320 all the way through the 320 Neos, Airbus used the same type certification, but they also were very transparent in these extra systems that they added when they switched over to the Neos, and their airframe was already modern from the get-go, right? Remember, Airbus puts computers over, or says that computers in charge and the pilots only there to correct the computer. Okay. Airbus was already using a modern airframe that prevented pilot error. Least favorite Airbus. That was actually a good question. I'm going to actually go with the A320. But I'm also going to say that with an asterisk, because I do legitimately love the A319s and the A321. Okay. I just don't like the A320s. I haven't had enough time with the A220 to really experience how bad it is. I think the A220 looks good, to be honest. I just don't like the A320. And that goes for both the regular A320 and the A320 Neo. No, the Beluga. Yeah, that was cool. Airbus cooked up when it came to that. So increase our rate of descent ever so slightly. Yeah. The Beluga and the A350s I actually do like. As much as I might go on to say, no, I don't really like the Inbill's A350, which I worked with it actually last week in a video that'll come out in September. in mid to late September. It actually did a pretty good job. So, my opinion on the mini build's A350 is slowly changing. So, but anyway, I actually like the A350. I actually like the A380. The A380 is another good aircraft. So, no, not really, not really. Yes, yes, no, not really. Kinda, but also you have to remember the A350 is meant to take. Uh, no, not really. I mean, I see you. I do see what you're saying though. I do understand what you're saying though. The two are different airliners. I mean, what they are both based on each other. That's very apparent. But in a challenge to make the most modern airliner, they are both really modern. And I mean, you can tell that they look the same, but also they don't. You have to remember the 787s. They're not meant. The 787s. They're meant to replace the A330s. Meanwhile, the A350s are meant to replace the A330s are meant to replace the 777s, the outgoing 777s and 747s. So, actually, I can give you a plane that the rarest plane that I've flown on, which is there's only one of a kind. This is a pretty damn rare aircraft. The British Airways Retro A319. I flew on that this summer. I flew on that this past summer, going from Schiphol to Heathrow. And it was actually my first ever time being on an Airbus. And it was absolutely incredible. Ooh, that 35. Now that's not a bad fighter jet. Yeah, no, anyway, so the story with the thing, just off traffic, Chesapeake 3, sorry, Chesapeake 72 Sierra, further descent now, flight level 100, traffic. The B2, now that's an interesting one. Anyway, so I flew in this retro BA A319, going from Schiphol to Heathrow. It was a really good. It was good. It was a really good flight. But essentially, and I was not expecting it at all. You know, I saw that we had been changed over to being on an A319. Didn't know we were going to get this A319. Thought we were going to get a plain standard British Airways A319. No, we got the retro one. And we had just gotten to the terminal as well at Schiphol, which, by the way, Schiphol is an awful airport. Don't go through it. Takes an hour to get through. It takes an hour and a half to get through whatchamacallit. Then it takes another hour to get to the gate because you'll get lost. It's a guarantee. Schiphol is massive and awful at the same time. Sorry, but it's true. You might need to be aware of that traffic. What direction is that traffic headed in? Fries. Ongoing from, Elephant. I don't really know what that is. France somewhere. KLM 7221. They are okay. They're climbing, and looks like they were. Oh, we'll fine. Sorry, just a bit of traffic notification. So, but anyway, when I watched that plane taxiing, I was BCFS. No, and I hate to be this person, but I really don't have any interest in playing it. My two sims that I use somewhat often, I use MSFS 2024. I'm officially done with. My time with 2020 ended nearly a year ago now, and then I also do X-Plane stuff occasionally. And class night was good tonight. With X-Plane until the sim crashed. Oops. Oopsies. But whatever. If you're looking for a good sim, X-Plane is where the money's at. You get well, both X-Plane and MSFS. MSFS looks good. However, if you're looking for realism in terms of flight physics and everything, X-Plane is where that money's at. I'm gonna go ahead and pull our speed back now. 320 knots. Sorry, 300 knots. 300 knots. What's the age? I have not. Can't say I ever have. Using the lever of shame here. The lever of shame apparently is what they call it. I don't give a shit. Using the speed brake just to help control the speed a little bit. Because we are a bit high. Oh, I beg to differ. No, plane crash game. Unfortunately, I don't play those games just because it's not good content. I mean, you have to remember in real life, there are people involved in it. There's the kind of stuff that I try to do here in a simulator. We can try to fly these things as if my family were on board, because who knows, at some point in time, you may end up flying your liners with your family on board. You want to. These guys are meant to be flown with your family on board, because you are, especially if you're in the captain's seat, you are responsible for the lives of everyone on board. If you're in that doesn't matter if you're in a 777 or an A320. All the people in the back here, you are responsible for all their lives. If you crash the aircraft, then hopefully you're around to explain to the families why on earth you thought that was a good idea. So, and then also just more respect to all the families, right? Of real world crashes, right? I mean, how would you feel if maybe your family were involved in a game crash, or sorry, in a plane crash, and then someone went to make a game about it? It's not right. That's what I'm saying. Hey, Frank, welcome aboard. So you're departing Stockholm. We're not doing half bad. We are flying the 777 into Düsseldorf for about a half an hour turnaround time. Then we're going to go off to Manchester. It's been ages since I was last at Manchester, actually. Düsseldorf traffic. Chesapeake 72 Sierra, descending now altitude 3,000 feet, reducing now speed to 50 knots initially. Traffic. Anyway, we're gonna go off to Manchester after this, and then we are going to go actually down to Bristol. But the lake to Bristol hopefully will be VFR. You're being hopefully. We're actually gonna properly do it in VFR, following real world procedures, following everything that VAT UK has taught me. So, anyway, that's the intention. Down to now to 3,000 feet. Should the top they are around for the Bonanza. Interesting. Interesting. But not the Bonanza. No, that is interesting. I'll be doing my VFR in the P28. And it's more of a practice thing for Vet UK. Because next week I have. That seems like a dangerous ass approach. One that you have to be very ready to perform go-arounds on. And you need to actually be strict on it. Like, if you touch these values here, then you need to get the fuck out. You need to go around. So. And, but the Kai attack approach was weird. Because it was. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Though I'd probably just visual it, go VFR, or not maybe VFR, but visual approach. It doesn't even exist in China. The Kai attack approach was interesting though, because it was kind of in a weird way ILS based. It was an instrument circled to land approach, wasn't it? That heavy airliners would do. Yeah, landing lights on now. So Fry, I had a WASM in this thing earlier. Yeah, GLS. That's right. Yeah, there was an airport we were arriving at recently on the Euro tour, and we almost did a and one of the approach options was a GLS. But then I took RNAV for it. Because RNAV is better. Remember RNAV, it's actually meant to be non-precision. RNAV, right. If you were to lose your ILS in low visibility conditions, you can go around. Maybe not on a GLS approach, though. Right. RNAV reminds you, okay, we need to have the runway in sight by certain values. Or else you need to go, or else you need to fucking go around because we're not going to auto land. Rather, ILS you can auto land with, even if the runway is not particularly Cat 3. Doesn't mean it's going to be perfect, but it will auto. ILS, even Cat 1, will provide you with a auto land, even if it's not perfect. But it'll still get the aircraft down safely. Rather, GLS, I don't know much about GLS approaches, but from what I understand, you need to have pretty high minimums for those. Potentially even higher than RNAV in order to use them. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. RNAV, I prefer RNAV. That's what I'm saying. Let's see here. Just off traffic. Chesapeake 72 Sierra is 7 miles. For runway 23 left. Sorry, 7.5 miles base. Just off traffic. Sorry, I'm messing up my radio calls today. What's that in feet? But yes, the answer is yes. The A319, I've gotten the A319 out of Gulf Mike Tango before. The A319 is a a good aircraft. I actually tend to like the A319. So 1,100 meters. Yeah, it'll easily do it. Yeah, it'll easily do it. I mean, remember, Gulf Point Mike Tango. I landed that thing. 5,000 feet minimum for this thing. That's what I wouldn't try to get this thing out of 7,000 feet or out of anything less than 5,000 feet. Though officially it does require 6,000. Good approach. So flaps 1. Just off traffic. Chesapeake 3. Sorry, Chesapeake 720, reducing now speed 18 knots. About to turn final for runway 23 left. Just off traffic. But yeah, 3,600 feet. So remember, Gulf Point Mike Tango was 3,000 feet, and I had space at the end for that thing. For that one. Go more flaps. Ground spoilers. Just off traffic. Just be 720, turning final now runway 23 left. Reducing now speed 160 knots maintained until 4 DME. Just off traffic. Final approach speed will be 130. Holy. Not again. Damn it. This is the second time it's happened today. Okay. This is actually like the second time that's happened today. Declare emergency on New Sky. Yeah, Fry, you're not wrong. This is the second time that's happened today. Alright, you know, well, we're off VATSIM now. Year's not even. The security isn't gonna work. Nope. Okay, well, that's the end of this flight. That's the second time that happened. No, I'm not gonna do that. Actually, I'm gonna close this flight real quickly. Damn, that's the second time that happened. I mean, okay, so it happened at the beginning of it. When I went to get the data, or the nav data. Then. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna change the stream title to, something else, actually, then. No. No. I'm not gonna do that, because that's not right. The A340 we might use. We might use that. Hang on, let me just change the title. Yeah, we're not gonna do the 777 land at San Francisco. That's not right. I'm sorry. Or it's not even do that. That's not the kind of content I ever endorse. Well, we're gonna go off from Düsseldorf to Manchester next. So, what should I name the stream? Giving the A350 or A340 ops. See you, Garrett. Go some yeah, let's take the A340. Doing some A340 ops around Europe. in the form of one op. So that was the second time that happened to me today. You know, this thing was crazy reliable as well. I used to fly the 777 just to avoid the WASM issues. Will do. Will do. It's your A340 300. I haven't made delivery yet for this thing. Probably won't for a while. They'll just use David's delivery. Feels like half the time I'm here, I'm at a or I'm in an A340. Alright, now we'll take Charlie 2. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, you know, I used to fly the 777 just because it was reliable. Now it's not being reliable. I will go ahead and clear out the WASM file in a little bit. Because yeah. Chances are the first WASM or the main WASM is probably corrupted. That's yeah. The main WASM is probably corrupted. Get all that on. Boom, boom, boom. 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 Cruise plane on. That shit. I mucked that up. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see here. I'm gonna use this flight planner thing. Departure from Düsseldorf into. Let me just connect. A340. Alright, let's see here. We are off to Manchester. Ouch. Let me just go ahead and delete the flight real quickly in Air Baltimore. Let's see here. Flight number 72 Sierra. Four minutes. Nice. Okay, let's here. No, actually, I'm actually gonna do this on via SimBrief. New flight. Sierra 3-5 Papa. Departure. Manchester A340 300. In that case, let me get Moza up real quickly. And that was annoying because we were on approach or turning for approach, and it did it. That was that was. PNG has a saying that says, if your sim crashes after a flight or in the second half of a flight. Fucking, I need to update Moza. Then that's abusive, and this absolutely feels as if I was abused there. This absolutely feels as if that was abused there. So that was very annoying. P&G does need to figure out the spasm issues because I just had 2 of them, and it does take a minute to get the aircraft set up again. In the A350, you have autosaves, but P&G does not have those. And the reason that P&G doesn't have those is beyond me. I guess we could use the flight factor later. Yeah, I will say this is one of the better EFPs. Nothing will beat the EFP of the Phoenix, but this here is a really good EFP. Actually, all around, I actually really like the A340 300. Let me just get a fresh flight in New Sky. For aeronauts. Arrival. A343. Uplock time. Yeah, that works. I guess go ahead and get my profile. For this, wondering what profile I use for when it comes to the Moza AB9, I used the I used V1's I used the V1 Neo profile for it. So V1 simulations, not to be confused with like version 1. All right. Anyway, let's get this thing going, and I'll go ahead and update the thumbnail later. Fuel and payload, import all from SimBrief. Instant. Don't faff about with the GSX loading because it sucks. Anyway, net request. RS is lining, right? Check database cycle. Shit, I need to do that again. This goes to show how poor my flying's been recently. Update nav data. They do need to they do need to figure out this, or they will need to figure out this at some point, because you'll hit update nav data and then you'll think it does nothing. They should update that at some point in the near future. I mean, the 777 does it correctly. Why can't any builds? That's a minor issue. At least it's on as auto states when you do want them. Come on now. Just take a minute. Approve. Allow. Nav data created successfully. There we go. Now we're on the correct one. Init request. All right, Fry, what do you think about these CRTs? Curious on your opinion on what these CRTs. I think they look freaking phenomenal for being CRTs in the sim, whilst also remaining usable. the screens, they're not your standard LCDs that you can use the standard LCDs. They are CRTs. I think anybody's done a pretty good job with that. On that front, at least. Alright. Charlie Romeo Tango. In case you need it spelled out. Import. Düsseldorf too many. Two, three, left for departure. On the Sunny Tango. Okay. Departure runway 23 left. Seneb 8 Tango. Nice. If you want to join me after your flight, we're going to be doing a, hopefully anyway, speaking, we're going to be doing a VFR flight down from Manchester into Düsseldorf. Sorry, not into Düsseldorf, into Bristol. All right. Alright, in terms of these numbers, it's 2606, 26.1 over 2631. Wait, what? Sorry, no. Our zero fuel weight is 144.4. Center of gravity is 2631. There we go. There we go. Got that now. Just gonna get the NAPU up now. Wing lights on. Oh, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. We need to finish up the Australian ops at some point, by the way. I'm thinking that tomorrow night we're not going to have a stream, but certainly something Saturday night. Is what I'm thinking anyway. Right. In terms of our performance data, let's see here. H1015, thank you. We'll find out if this thing does this thing weird. Today with the whatchamacallit? With the altitude or the vertical speed. Calculate. Let me just verify that those numbers are actually decent numbers. 23 left. That's what flaps 1. Assumed temp 5.3. No, hold up. Now that's funny. Yeah, but flaps 3. Yeah, let's get flaps 3. Alright, that's perfect. Alright, so in terms of our takeoff, that's 1, 3, 4. 1, 3, 8. 146. On a flaps 3, our trim we set to 5.4 up. And then our sim temp is Foxtrot 53. I did not put it in. No, it didn't error out either. It's just normal 5.3. When you go over to the A340 600, it'll be Foxtrot 5. You put a Foxtrot in front of the numbers just because the A340 600 has the ability to do T-rated takeoffs. And that is something that the that this thing probably doesn't have the ability to do, which is sad but true. But also, this thing has 4 APUs, so it's fine. All right. Anyway, our initial climb via SID is going to be what? 8 Tango. Yes. At or above flight level 140. GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure. Yeah, I'm going to say something here. This here is Aerosoft scenery, and it actually makes the airport look live.
Hello, Captain. We're ready for pushback.
Don't hit my fucking wing. Fuck, you hit my wing. You hit my fucking wing. But I mean, this airport actually looks alive, doesn't it? It looks... I mean, okay. I have sling enabled, that's making the ground texturing look shit, but...
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
It actually looks alive. I mean... Okay. Blame GSX, because we should be right there. We should be right there, and we should be back to about here, I think. That's a GSX issue.
Locking gear.
GSX replaced the spawning in technology, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That's a GSX to know if we need to be a bit farther back. Quick edit on map. Here, I'm just gonna go ahead and pre-plan this because I'm not convinced in GSX ability to do it properly. Clear. Ah. Whatchamacallit is so much better at this. To war pushback. Save.
Release parking brakes, please.
Oh, we need to... Guess I turned off the GSX integration in this thing.
push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Just, shit, my radios are off as well. Forgot. Just off traffic, Chesapeake 72 Sierra Heavy, stay in Charlie 02, push and start now. Into the alley. Just off traffic. Alright, mission start. APU bleed on. Get all these fuel pumps on. And we'll go ahead and take 1 and 3 first. Beacons on. And that's why you check your margins, Fry. That's why you check your margins.
Lift the top of the buckle. In case of unexpected turbulence, we ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated. If the cabin pressure changes,
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake set.
Unlocking gear.
towards you. Place it over your nose and mouth, and secure the elastic band. Breathe normally. Be sure to secure your own mask before assisting others. Your life vest is under or beside your seat. If instructed to use it, slip it. Hold it tight.
It should be in the British language, not the American. Fuck the Americans. Which, yes, means fuck myself. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist there. Audio settings. No.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Go ahead and take 2 and 4 now. Go ahead and start new sky. Just keep. Oh dear. Ouch. Damn. Damn. That's brutal. Alright, anyway, so we have four good engine starts by the looks of it. They have flaps full, flight controls. Full left, full right. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Now this thing feels really good today. TCAS on. Engine selector switch back to normal. APU bleed off. APU off. Nose lights taxi. You turn off lights on. Alright. Oh, did I ever refile this flight plan? We're not a 772. We are a A340. Just off traffic, Chesapeake 72C are taxiing now to a holding point Lima 1 for runway 23 left via Romeo Papa 4 Mike and Lima. Sorry, and Lima 1. Just off traffic. Right, let's get out of here. So I have sad news with the yoke, everyone. Once I'm done with my P1, I'll be getting rid of the yoke. Might sell it to a local guy here in Maryland. It's too big for me to take with me, unfortunately. I'll have to buy another one over there when I get situated. This one here is 500. But I think I might sell it, or I'm gonna try to sell it. Otherwise, it's gonna go in the rubbish. I'll put the flaps to 3 actually. Planning to sell probably in the next, probably August at some point. Probably August. But I need to get rid of my, I need to finish up my P1 first. Because I kind of need this. I kind of need this in the controls that this thing gives me. All right. So I bought it for 500. You know, I'm expecting maybe 300 if that. Yeah. By the way, Fry, if you want my 4060 here, it's up on eBay. $300. No one's bought it yet. It's been up on eBay for the past 6 days. Actually, Fry, if you want a whole system, I actually have a decent one here, which might suit you a little bit. Well, I don't know. It has a 4600G in it, which I'm gonna actually get together. I'm gonna deal with it tomorrow night and probably sell it. Probably sell it locally anyway. Probably get about $500 for this system. Not this one here, but a different system. Different system with the RX 580 maybe. Oh, no, that'll do wonders for you. Well, I might have another one of those if you want, because I can't. I'm gonna take maybe one of my monitors with me. Can't take all of them. Gonna take this one, and I think I'm gonna take this one with me, and possibly the tiny one behind me. We'll see what I can fit in my bags. Has anyone picked up my 4060 yet? I doubt it. I did promote the listing. I did, in fact, promote the listing. So far, no one's bought it. Your company assured me that my 4060 would be doubled up. You assured me of it, and I'm not seeing one yet for it. Alright, gonna get all of our lights on now. Gonna get strobes on. Anyway, so Fry, in terms of monitors, there's a few good ones out there. AOC makes some pretty good ones. If you're using an NVIDIA card, get one G-Sync. If you're using an AMD card like I am, get FreeSync. It makes a massive difference. Right. Just off traffic, Chesapeake 7-2 Sierra via Lima 1 lining up now, runway 23 left. Just off traffic. Feels like every single time I've been in this thing, we've departed out of Düsseldorf. You know, I had the video where I used this thing for the first time in months, and you know, actually, this thing's actually really good. So, the one thing I will say about this thing though is that it is a little high on the CPU. But if you can figure out ways to negate that, that's fine. Nice. Just off traffic, Chesapeake 7-2 Sierra Heavy taking off now, runway 23 left on a Suneb 8 Tango departure. Just off traffic. Alright. Engine stabilized. Flex. Manflex 53, SRS green, auto thrust below. Knots. V1, rotate. Pause rate gear up. That's the CPU going haywire, in case you're curious. I did. That's weird. Because I literally just... I saw that. And I refiled again. But I'll go ahead and refile one more time if I need to. That radar might just be having a day. Yeah, I know. I did see that right before I took off. I'll fix it. I'll go ahead and refile again, even though I've refiled like 5 times. Just off traffic, Chesapeake 7-2 Sierra Heavy now airborne passing altitude 3,500 feet. Initial climb 14,000. Just off traffic. Autopilot on. I'll go ahead and let me just go ahead and refile one more time because I did. Alright, hopefully it'll update this time. If not, then fuck that simulator. I'm gonna start with the ground spoilers. What about now? Is it showing it? Is it showing correct now? Nope. Well, even then, I've still disconnected, or I'll disconnect, reconnect real quickly. But no, the WASM would have nothing to do with it. Just a quick disconnect, reconnect. Showing me as an showing me as an A343. A few times, but no, the WASM wouldn't have had anything to do with it. Not the right area. And the WASM might have caused the sim to give shitty data to whatchamacallit, but then you reconnect under the same call sign. It shouldn't matter, especially if you have a new flight phone file. I mean, remember, VATS and radar is not connecting directly to your computer. That's the VPilot thing. I'll look on VATS by real quickly. Oh, actually, let's see. That might be a good idea. What is Navgraph showing me up as? Because if Navgraph is showing me up as the correct thing, then that becomes an issue with a. No, Navgraph showing me as a 772 as well. Okay, I'll go ahead and reconnect, or I'll go ahead and restart VPilot real quickly. Even though it shouldn't have anything to do with the VPilot. Yeah, Chesapeake 72 Sierra, A343, connect. Yep. It's not getting my transponder for some reason. Oh. No, maybe that's some pre-filing's down for some reason or broken. I'll go ahead and try to refile from my phone. Maybe that'll do something. Go ahead and try to refile from my phone real quick. Pre-file, VATSIM. Alright, I filed it now like 5 times. It says so. Okay, it says so. There you go. Don't know if you can see that. I filed it now 5 times, at least. So if it doesn't update, then it's a VATSIM radar. Then it's a VATSIM failure. Alright, well, it'll take a minute to update the system. So. Anyway, where are we climbing to now? Traffic, Chesapeake 72 Sierra, climbing now flight level 400. Traffic. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, no, it's not getting it. That's weird. Well, I've done everything I possibly can, aside from restarting the aircraft. Or restarting the sim, so. I have physically done everything I possibly can. It's a VAT sim failure then? So I have refiled it like 5 times. Here, you know, what if I were to change my call sign to 7 or to maybe revert to 3-5 Papa? Oh, you know, that's the issue. That's the issue. How about now? Shit, I filed it as 3-5 Papa, not 7-2 Sierra. I think I filed it as 3-5 Papa. That's my usual one. There we go. Now it says I'm diverting for some reason, but that's not accurate. Oh, yeah, it's being weird, but yeah, that was the issue. I don't know why it's saying flight from Düsseldorf diverting to Manchester. I don't know why the fuck it's saying that, but okay. But anyway, that was the issue. What do you mean your approach? We're actually going to leave some nice butter on one of Manchester's runways. That's the intention anyway. Because this thing I'm actually fine tuned for. This thing I'm actually with lesser runway 25. We don't have a runway 25 Baltimore. Hate to say it. We have 2833 right and 33 left. So anyway, a localizer approach. I've never done a localizer approach. Sorry. Yeah, I've never done just a localizer only approach. It's either been I've done the full RLS or I've gone RNAV. Or visual. There's nothing wrong with visual. The visual purchaser is fine. Libor get. Yeah, I know it is. Okay. I think I've been to Libercat in real life. That's the one with Yeah, I happen there in real life. I have some really good photos. I have some really good photos actually. Um, they have a really good Air and Space Museum with both the first and second Concords at it. And then they also have an old 747, and they actually have an A380. That's been stored permanently for for years. So, okay, let me look. Let me look. Fuck the French, by the way. Or PE. So your approach localizer 4 and way at 2.5. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's an easy. That's an easy one. That's easy. From procedures view. For what? From a 2.5. On a course. Okay, let's see. On a course of less than 0.7 degrees. Wait, oh yeah. What do you mean by from procedures view? I can see everything. I need to see it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. At the top. Oh. That doesn't look too bad. Approaches. Let's see here. Let's earn me 2.5. That doesn't look too bad. That doesn't look too bad. That looks fine. That looks absolutely fine. I see nothing wrong with that. Now zoom in. Oh. Okay, now I see the issue. Yeah. Oh yeah, I could do it fine. I see nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a bit of a sidestep, but you know, you got 10,000 feet to muck it up. So, and remember, your threshold's not there; it's here. So, and you have all this run-up area. You looks fine to me. I see nothing wrong with that. I mean, you have this entire space here to muck it up. So, I see nothing wrong with it. Well, it is. It certainly is. Because that side stuff. There's no debating that. It's because of that side step, but and you do have time to muck you have the time to muck it up. I mean, though I would just take a visual approach for RNF for it at that point, but it's fine. It's nothing wrong with it. Though Madeira, now that one's an interesting one. Okay, Madeira is actually a legitimate challenge to get into some days. Yeah, I would have just taken. I would have just taken the RNF. Fuck the localizer approach. Just take the RNF at that point, because I mean you need to have the runway in sight anyway. Remind the pilot. Okay, especially if you're in a bus, you need to remind the pilots. Okay, this is an RNF approach. This is non-precision. Okay, this here is a localizer approach. This is a non-precision approach. You do need to give that constant reminder to the pilots. So anyway, that's my view on it. Now with this airport, let's see. Let's see, where is it here? Yeah, with this airport, if you come over here though, there's a museum, and a pretty damn good one. Okay. It's not like that in real life. Or it's not. There's not buildings there, by the way, in real life. But getting Google Earth it. I'll have to deal with the descent briefing here soonish, by the way. Yeah, so anyway, in real life, there's not really buildings right here. There's buildings here. And the Concords are in this one. I mean, you do have a 747. Stuff certainly moves around since then. I mean, this A380 was more over here. I don't fully remember seeing this guy. Don't think these guys were turned the opposite direction. That guy was moved over there when I was last there. But anyway, anyway. In here there are 2 Concords. And there's a bunch of like old airplane bits and bobs in this bit here, and then the rest of this is all separated. Like regular hangar. Don't know what this area here is. Certainly not part of the museum. The museum is this building here though. It's actually a pretty good museum. If anyone ever makes their way into Paris, especially Afgeeks, stop by. This is certainly a must go to. So once again, there's the first and second Concorde ever produced, and then the final one is actually at Bristol, I think. So. Is that a Dreamliner right there? No, that's a Rusty. And just to say, you can actually go up inside the 747. It's a 747-100, I think it is. But you can actually go up inside of it. Same thing with the Concords. Now the A380, you can't go up inside, but you can go up inside, or you can go inside the 747. Same thing with the 7.3s. I think you can't really go inside of them. And they do have some French fighters here as well, stuff that I don't really care for. And I remember seeing this thing as well. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. And we never turned off our landing lights. Alright, so this thing is actually behaving today. Which is good to know. Alright, beginning to cross the English Channel again. Alright, let me just go ahead and throw in our arrival information. Then we'll find out how long we have for Manny, and then we will actually go ahead and begin some flight planning for our flight down to Bristol, which is VFR, which we're gonna have to do a lot of our flight planning once we get to Manny. We'll just sit inside the aircraft and do it whilst we're on the ground. But we still need to do a flight plan. Alright. Arrival runway 23 left. Take ILS runway 23 right. You can go ahead and expect that. ILS runway 23 right. At Hotsped 1 mic arrival. That looks like is arrival ILS 23 right. 1 mic. Alright, so once we get on the ground, in a moment, you are going to see me struggle massively because I have to do this with little nav map. Really? Is this really what this survival looks like? Absolutely shit. Alright. Alright, well, this looks fine. When is our top descent, though? 5 at 4. Alright. Let's go ahead and do our... quickly just plan our VFR flight in little nav map. I'll show you the reason that we're using little nav map for this. File, new flight plan. Alright, so we're going to be going out of Manchester for this. Let's see here. Manchester set as departure. Alright. Need to start. Let's see. What are... We can do the Jodel... Okay, we can add that to that visual reference point to our flight plan. Then because we're going to flying all the way down to Bristol. So the class Alpha there begins at 4,500 feet. What does this airfield look like from overhead? Shoebury or Shawbury? What does that airfield look like from overhead? EG. Wait, I don't have map. Oscar Sierra. strawberry. There it is. No. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, we'll add that. We'll add that one. Yeah, there's 30 miles. We'll find a user point in there in a moment. Remember, we're going off down to Bristol. Okay. Alright, let's go Bristol. You need to look at the airports. VFR air trim chart. Or no. Difference. So we'll enter via the Clifton Suspension Bridge. That's what we'll do. Which is that it? Oh, it's right here. Right. So we'll enter via the Clifton Suspension Bridge. So we can even add that to our flight plan. Go direct in. Set at that. There we go. Alright, and we'll probably do an overhead join, something like that. Probably most likely an overhead join. So that there's an 80 nautical mile leg. So we need to break that up in some way, shape, or form. Let's see here. I feel like we can probably add this visual reference point here. So, or no, Leo Minister. That works. There's no cities for a few miles. I feel as if that's good. I feel as if that's probably a good waypoint there. In terms of anything that we could probably catch on our way. The B371 maybe. Need to put in our destination data in a moment, by the way. Do that in a moment. Follow the roadways. Yeah, but okay, but you need to be able to. Roadways can be both good and not good. I look for intersections. Okay. And the reason that I look for intersections is, okay, you have this roadway. Do you know if you should cross here? Do you know if you should cross here? Right. And you can't really tell that very easily from the air. That's the thing you have to keep in mind. Though we can use this here as a visual reference point. We can use that, actually, yeah, we can use that as a, actually as a waypoint. But let's continue breaking this up. So would I be able to see Munslow from above. Probably not, to be honest. Probably not, to be honest. Pretty uneventful route, actually. So we have Shrewsbury. So we have Shrewsbury. So we have the city of Ludlow. You can add that as a user point. Okay. Alright, what about any... So that gives us 1. Okay, now what about... Okay, what about this B4371? Because we do have a little bit of a river there. Or, yeah, we have that river there. Could that be useful? What's this? That's M54. Yes and yes. Yes and yes. The answer with those questions, yes and yes. Little nav works for the entire world. And it is completely free. So, at least to my knowledge, it does. Haven't tested it for anything but the UK, obviously, but... Actually, can I maybe use a satellite view here? No. Let's see. Yep, this B4371. That's what I'm looking for. We'll be in our descent, by the way, in a moment. Or I might hold just so we can knock out the routing. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. B4371. That's a road. There should be a river somewhere along it. That might not be the best. Might not be the best. Okay, anything else that might work good? Concord College, maybe. I feel like that's gonna be about as good as we get, though. Concord College. Or an action Burno. User point, add user point. I feel like that works the best. And then in terms of our departure out of here, we can use... Oh, let's be enter our descent first. I'll work on this. Manchester traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, heavy beginning descent now, flight level 290. Manchester traffic. Right, see if this thing will behave today. It should. I cleared out all of my keybinds. I cleared out every single last one of my keybinds. So hopefully it shouldn't do the shitty thing of up or of plus 6,000. And as we are descending now, let's go ahead. Keep an eye on it. Well, let me just put in this performance data, actually. Oh, good. Good. It does look outdated, but it gives you a lot of information. And if you know what you're looking at, it is actually very, very useful. Now, I don't think there's any SimBrief import. Well, there might be. I don't know. But I use it primarily for VFR. Let's see here. 190 degrees. 190 degrees, 6 knots. Temperature 16. QNH 1010. The baro is going to be this ILS approach. Broken at 1.8. Okay, that's something to keep in mind. .449. Flaps full. Final approach speed will be 129 knots. Anyway. So, Manchester, okay, so we're departing via the bank. Then we're continuing 30 miles. Let's go ahead and break this up into 2. Or, yeah, let's break it up into 2. So we have Ellsworth here. We can go ahead and add user point there. Name it Ellsworth. Yeah, it is. It is very helpful. It is actually pretty good. And then we'll call this this A or there. Call this A529. A25, A529 intersection. Oh wait, am I an idiot? Might be. What's the okay? The class alpha is Okay, that's fine. Alright, just time to break our final legs. And just gotta keep in mind. So, any... Okay. Well, actually, we should be fine at Cardiff. Okay, we'll be well clear of Cardiff and St. Athan. Okay, well, we need to... Yeah, you're not actually allowed to use that on your P1 exam at all. I mean, you can have the map up of where you're going, but you're not allowed to have the moving part. Goes. Manchester traffic, just P35, Papa further descent now, flight level 170, level Galas, Manchester traffic. No, I'm going to reduce to 250. In Manchester traffic, just P35, Papa heavy, reducing now, speed 250 knots, Manchester traffic. Right, we have a lot left to do on this. We have to do a whole plug, so we'll have plenty more planning to do. We actually have a lot to do. Still, we have to do a lot of pre-flight and planning. We need to look at Mavis. We need to we need to do our briefing. We need to do the plug, the mass and balance. We have a lot to do. No, you're not missing out. You know, we're gonna go direct Charlie Fox. We're gonna actually ignore the rest of this. Manchester traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa further descend now, flight level 100, Manchester traffic. And we'll be expediting our descent down to flight level 100. And the plan is from goals, we are going to go direct for an ILS approach into runway 23 right, Manchester traffic. Take our speed back now to 240. Really expedite, really get the nose. We're gonna really force the nose down. Then when it's on. Let me go ahead and get a quick little screenshot of this. Sorry, David, I know I'm using your shit again, but I will. They're just going to do a fresh thumbnail because I don't want to reveal that the triple had 2 wasms. And the sad thing is that it did, which is a real shame because I really love the thing. that new thumbnail made. Yeah, I know that the speed breaks, so I'm gonna actually reduce now to 20. Or actually, to 10. Manchester traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa is reducing now speed to 10 knots. Manchester traffic. And the plan is we're gonna go direct to Charlie Fox. 23 right. What's Tom Jet doing? He's closer. He's far closer than I am. I will say, if the PMDG triple is the write-off, I still have the flight factor triple. And that thing's actually a lot better. Just the PMDG triple's easier. Easier to use, faster to use for me. Plus it has all the lovely stuff I get with MSFS. And none of the issues with X-Plane. The flight factor is actually a good 777, so I will continue to fly the triple. It is good for VFR. I mean, we use it with VAT UK for a reason. Manchester traffic, Chesapeake 3, Papa descending now, altitude 3,500 feet, Manchester traffic. And I can reduce the rate of descent ever so slightly. Not by a lot, but by enough. And Tom Jets arriving. Or sorry, Thomas Cook. Wow. Oh, they're using Thomas Cook. Damn. That's an airline I've not heard of in a while. Thomas Cook is arriving into Manning right now. I'm decelerating. I'm fine. Shut up. Manchester traffic, Chesapeake 3-5, Papa heavy turning now, direct Charlie Fox 2-3 right. We got about 30 miles, sorry, 35 miles to our established. Then we will be sending glide slope. I will send glide slope. Manchester traffic. You know something about weird about the UK? It's usually not as simple as a cleared ILS approach. It is usually you need your glide slope clearance, or you get told establish and descend with glide slope. It's not usually one saying, though they will accept, if you're told to do both, they will accept you acknowledging cleared ILS approach. They don't need the confirmation that you're established, or that you're cleared to establish on the ILS and cleared to descend on the ILS. They don't need that. They don't need all that. They just, you are allowed to stay clear at ILS approach. All right, we did a very good job at getting this. Depends on what you want to do. Depends on what you have in your fleet. Depends on what you want to do. Okay, if you already have, if the 777 is all you have, then I'd say get yourself either a rusty 737, which I do not endorse, by the way, or get yourself a or get yourself the Phoenix. The Phoenix A320 for a start, and personally, I get the 319, 321 combo with that, because now it gives you things short haul. Now it expands your abilities. Now if you only fly long haul and you don't care about the Phoenix, the A350 is not bad. You can get it, but personally, depending on what you have in your hangar, I would recommend getting the going with the Phoenix next as opposed to the inbuilt A350, just because it expands your ability. What? I don't like the 737. It's a rusty aircraft with a rusty airframe. The rusty airframe that's nearly twice as old as the A320. Hey, this A320 is good enough to prevent the pilot from making mistakes. You don't see that in the rusty 737. At least in the A320 you get auto throttle land. You don't get that in the 737, not unless you're doing Cat 3. At least oxygen is all managed automatically in the A320 and not the 73. Yeah, well, the Phoenix and the. If you can get past I would recommend in that case you watch my A350 review. But it is actually pretty good now. It's gone through a lot of issues, but it is pretty good. Now you need to have the right stick for it. I will say that if you have one of those Thrustmaster TCAs, it might suck for a bit. But if you have a mostly like AB9 like I do, that's right, wrong button, then it's pretty good. So it is a lot more stable than it used to be, and that's a lot. It used to be one of the most unstable aircraft, if not the most unstable aircraft in the sim, back in February. But Individuals has really put in their effort to change that and to really do a good job with it. Not an issue anymore. It's more actually, if you ask me, it's actually more of an issue now in the triple than the A350. I mean, I had 2 WASMs today in the triple alone, which means I need to delete my WASM file. The title of the stream was supposed to be the 777 rules the world, but I had 2 WASMs in it today. I don't know if that thing's usable right now for me personally. I still love the 777 fry. The 777 is still one of the best aircraft to have. It's still the best aircraft to have come across the face of the fucking planet. I still stand by that. But anyway, Chris, if you're looking into it, I can recommend it at this point. I was actually using it last week off camera. I'm not fried. The 777's amazing. There's nothing wrong with the 777. It's amazing. In 1010. Oh, oh, massive surprise. Reddit hates it. It's good. It's good. It's good. If you want it, but it sounds like you might have made your decision already. If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. But it's good. It's good. The WASM issues are fixed. Haven't had. People have been trying to do the most advanced things in the FMC for it, and it hasn't WASM'd at all. Yeah, I can. The 777 is the best airplane in the world. The 777 and 320 ones. Those are amazing. Okay, yes, I will admit that. But I will still say the 777 is very versatile. Can get you anywhere. Or almost anywhere. Here being almost. The 737 is just so rusty. Sorry, I couldn't resist there. Anyway, Chris, I like the 8th. I think it's all right. Is it for me? It's growing on me. It's growing on me as a daily use thing. It's certainly growing on me. It's certainly improved a lot. I mean, it did have its issues. It's had actually a lot of issues in the past, but I haven't tried the 900 URL the 900 ULR yet, but I've been told it's better than the 1000. But the two are just fine. Both of them are pretty good now. So yeah, surprise, surprise. Reddit says a bunch of bullshit. If you're looking for it's true though. It is the best aircraft in the world. Go flaps 1 now. Cleared ILS approach. Get the localizers up. Approach mode on. Friday, my decision on the 777 was not after one airport. It has been. I have literally been flying the 777 in the Sims since the beginning. The 777 is brutally amazing. It just is amazing. I've been flying the 777 longer than I've been flying the A320. To simply put it. Yeah, the A350, it's good. If you're looking for a way to get into the Airbus long haul market, the A350 is the way to go on that front. Either that or the A340, which is what we're flying right now. Which I actually tend to like the A340. Now this one here has some limitations. Don't get the tallest. That thing, the textures in that thing are junk. But the A350, I like it now. Speed now 190. Manchester traffic, just speed 3-5 Papa heavy, reducing now speed 190 knots. Manchester traffic. 3 miles from turning final, runway 23 right. Manchester. But, yeah, if you have any direct questions about it, feel free to ask. I mean, it's an aircraft that I can endorse people buying now. It used to not be, but it's good now. It certainly had its issues, specifically when it comes to hand flying, and I do. Actually, I'm gonna make it public here soon. But if you were to search for Fry, if you could tell me the name of my own Discord, that'd be helpful. If you were to search for Ryan FS, it should be the same one as the channel, or it should have the same channel logo and everything. Fry, if you could tell me this name of my Discord server, that'd be helpful. Not the airport one. Alright, gear down. Manchester traffic, Chesapeake 3-5, Papa turning final now, runway, Isles approach runway 23 right. 1010 miles to run. Manchester traffic. Go flaps 3 now. Gears coming down. Showing 4 greens in the gear. Go auto brake low for Manny. On the ground spoilers. Oh, actually, Fry, you bring up a good point. It's not public. You know, the link for it. Okay, I'll go ahead and fix that in a little bit. I'll fix it in a moment. After we end. But yes, I will happily share it with you. You seem very knowledgeable. You seem very knowledgeable. You seem like a good person I want to have in it. Let's see. I can't. Okay. I will change it when we land to be public. Actually, I'll change it now. Oh, you're a certified flight instructor. Nice. I would never be a pilot, unfortunately. And that's due to medical reasons. I'll 7.5 miles fine or no? Yeah, I was declared ineligible. Actually, I don't know if I've yet announced this on stream. But they said that my reaction time is slow. It's just too slow. At least that's I finally got the results of neuropsych last week. But they said that my reaction time is too slow. Yeah, the FAA, a certified FAA neuropsychologist did. Reduced down flight approach speed. So they sent me to so they deferred my initial case for the class 1 to the FAA for the review. And they said, and then that for the review, they told me I needed a neuropsychological exam, and so I went for it. Spent $4,000 on it, and they told me last week that they would not recommend me for that maybe they would recommend me for a class 3, not a class 1 though. Manchester traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa Heavy, 3 miles to run, 2-3 right. Manchester traffic. Alright, flaps full, gear down. Ground spoilers armed, lights on, auto brake set. Good. Landing checklist complete. On the bright side, this is looking good for a VFR. So we're going to do VFR next. So the FAA actually denied me for a different reason. Anyway, we'll talk about it in a few minutes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. Final call, Manchester traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa, short final now, 2-3 right, final call, Manchester traffic. Continue approach. Continue. Chris telling me to go around.
7, 60, 50, 40, 30, 25, 10, 5.
1.3 G is not bad. Roll out. .474 feet per minute, so 21.3 Gs. That's fine. This better not be the broken scenery. I have scenery for Manchester. This might be the broken stuff. Manchester traffic, Chesapeake 3-5, Papa now clear of the runway and taxi into parking. Manchester traffic. Nice, nice. Little nav map is very useful. All right. Just bought the A340. Nice. It'll take some getting used to, but it's a good aircraft. For us Boeing people, it'll take some getting used to. But can't promise you'll like it. But I mean, it took me a while to like it. Part of that might have been my initial impression of it being absolutely garbage, because I've owned it since the very beginning of it. But it's good now, so that's the important thing. Yes, go through every page in the setting. There's settings that you are going to want to enable. There are settings you are going to want to disable. And there are settings you're going to want to adjust. Damn, that's out of date. Damn, that's out of date. When did Thomas Cook go under? Like, I don't know, 2017, something like that? Okay, 2020. COVID. By the way, that's 6 years out of date. Holy shit, COVID was 6 years ago. Shit. Didn't realize COVID was 6 years ago. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are going to taxi around. Yeah, that's out of date. Then this is the old stuff. You know, apparently on VATSIM, this airport's an absolute mess to control, because so AnyBuilds has their offering when it comes to scenery now. Then this is the old stuff. And apparently the taxiways and runways don't actually line up. So apparently and because of how this airport is, with them being off a little, you can't tell if someone on the right taxiway is someone on the wrong taxiway. What scenery are they using? And then default, this airport's just an absolute disaster. So you do not want to be here with default scenery. And even then, the scenery is not looking as good as it used to. I'm just not here enough to care, to give a damn. Yeah, I think this year is going to go down in terms of one of the worst years for aviation. In terms of losing airlines, because I mean, we lost Spirit already. I know this is a tiny stand, but whatever. I don't care. So we lost Spirit, and then I think we're also going to lose Frontier, to be honest. Because Frontier was burning through a lot of cash at the end of last year. And they don't exactly have many assets that they can borrow against. Not to mention that their customer base, they have the same systemic issues that Spirit had. Cheap-ass customers that are willing to pay more for tickets with no loyalty program. Go, engines off now. Oh, motherfucker, I never started the flight. Motherfucker. 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 Never started the flight. Damn it. Oh, that... I lost 60 grand for aeronauts. Fuck. Here I was trying to make the money. You better not be keeping track of my language. Alright, let's go ahead and get in the PA-28. And we'll go ahead and spawn in somewhere with it. Are there some dedicated GA ramps anywhere? Fuck you, Fry. There you go. You're trying to keep track of my cursing. Fuck you. Alright, I'm gonna maybe... Here, is there any other place at this airport? Okay. I will say, this airport's not exactly meant for VFR. Okay, is there anything that Fancy maybe officially has? Maybe back there. I just don't want to spawn where maybe a massive airliner could park. Yes. Yes, let me go ahead and actually fix that now. Here, let me just actually I have to. Here, I'll go ahead and fix that now. Make sure you can see it in Discover. In the meantime, here is the in the meantime, here's the link. Server settings, maybe. New overview. Server profile. Only is okay. Server tag. No. Engagement. No. Oh. Oh, I need 1,000. Okay, that's why I can't find it. That's why I can't find it. That'd explain that. All right. By the way, in here I do post our I do post stream schedules and stream intentions. They are always intentions, by the way. I reserve the right to cancel a stream with 5 minutes notice. Or even 10 minutes late. As Fry knows, I will do. Alright. GA parking is between Kilo and Bravo Delta. Thank you. That was real. And, okay, let's see. Said Kilo and Bravo Delta. Where is that? At the Ramta and Tatton. Thank you. I'll look for those. Loading points. I've looked over them like 5 times. Right here. Is it right here? Salad hangers. Oh, right. Over here. I see that. I see it now. I see it now. Go. What? No, I don't want to be right there. Here, actually, I'll just stay out, I'll stay out the way. Go right here. Light aircraft area Tatton. Okay. Connect up as India Romeo Yankee November. P28A. It's not airport. Yeah, I know. I haven't filed a fresh flight plan, so shut up. You know, that's not a bad idea. Voice chat. Though I don't really use it that often. You know, let me just get a flight plan. Or let's see. CC. Okay, so I'm hopped on the network. Is this gonna show me something? It's gonna show me it's an actual. Okay. Let me just go ahead and get a fresh flight plan. Golf, India Yankee November. Flight plan or VFR P28A. Light. G. Departure. EGCC. Arrival. EGGD. What am I gonna decide for an alternate? I'm gonna decide Cardiff for an alternate. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go with Cardiff as an alternate. Or, you know, I'm gonna actually go with Exeter as an alternate. Or, yeah, I'm gonna. Actually, I don't know. Actually, certainly not UK. Yeah, I'll go. Actually, I'll go St. Athan because that'll be a little bit of a smaller field. Go with St. Athan, which is going to be EGDY. Correct. No X. VFR. Departure to the south. November. Oh, shit. I'm missing a lot of things. Go off blocks. 0700. I have not. Though it's looking fine. It's looking absolutely fine. So, but we'll check in with the Met Office in a moment. After I run to the restroom. After I get this flight plan filed. We'll go 2000-ish. Initially, I'll go and update this all later. Just remain on the network. So I'm gonna get my hours up. It'll be 95 knots. En route time, probably about 2 hours. Bring 5 hours fuel, if that. Alright, let me go ahead and run to the restroom, and then we'll finish planning. I'll be right back. Alright, back. Back. Alright. So in terms of this flight plan here. I did file it, right? Yeah, I did. Good. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, you know, actually, this works well as a... Or does it? You know what I'm actually gonna do? Add that to the flight plan. And then waypoint 2 can get the fuck out. Now that means I'm gonna have to look for some fresh waypoints for this, but that's fine. This like here should be easy to look for waypoints. So we have Harford there. Edge point. Or Hereford. Yeah, we have that there. And we have this. Let's see here. We have a few things here that we could use. We have the river here. We have the river with the town here, so we can actually... Let's add user point. We'll go ahead and make that. Go ahead and make Redbrook a user point. Try to be on the outskirts of it. And this works well because we have the river. Then my only issue is that that's a kind... Oh. Let's measure it. Let's measure it. That's 10.3 miles. Not bad. .4 on 37 miles. It's not bad. Is there anything that we could use in between? Oh. Yeah, is there anything we could use in between? Not see anything. Oh. No, there's a Larian. Langarn. Alright, let's use that. Alright, and that works well. Interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, every airline out there has ever merged with someone or ceased to exist at some point. Because airlines are not profitable, as I'm sure Chris knows. You're... Nice. Yeah, it does take a minute to load on the first try. Or on the first time, it takes about 20 minutes. That's because its WASM systems are rebuilding. Or are building up in... Yeah. Just be careful not to whack the tail on it, which shouldn't be that hard. But remember on the stick, very, very, very light movements. Remember, it's a modern aircraft. So. Yeah, I heard that. So Ryanair's in a very good position. That's at the winners. What are their profit margins? So we have that there, and then is there anything in between that we could use? There's Turnhill, maybe. Well, actually, we should be fine, actually. Although I might... Let's go, actually, let's make this... Oh, user point, and we'll get rid of the other one. So... Damn it. I mean, I'll stop here. I'll go... Oh, I'm gonna be focused on this, so... Because I'm trying to do it based on real-life procedure. Hold them. Alright, and we're gonna have to do a plug in a moment. Go ahead and get ditch. Control Z. Did I just say Control Z? Damn, I really am turning British before I move. That's here. User points. User point search. Yeah, well, maybe. It's gonna take a while for gas prices to go down significantly. And the reason why is because they bombed actual infrastructure. That said, the war ending is certainly gonna help. I mean, it's not gonna go back down to where it was, but it will significantly help out. So that is something to note. May remind everyone that we used half our military in Iran. So this is not a deal out of this is a deal out of desperation. That's what I'm saying. Alright. I think that this route here is looking fine now. And then this will just go overhead the airport. Alright. Let's go ahead and do a plug. Well, the thing about Spirit, I'm actually happy it brought that up, because the thing about Spirit is that Spirit, it wasn't just fuel prices that did it for Spirit. I mean, Spirit was a ticking time bomb, had been for a ticking time bomb for the past year and a half, since they filed bankruptcy a second time, which I've never seen anyone come out of bankruptcy for a second time that short notice. Yeah, exactly. So Spirit's issues were, okay, you have... So the issue with Spirit was, okay, you have this airline that has no customer loyalty, that, for the most part, doesn't give you a good experience, but it's dirt, and also has the highest fees out there. Okay? I mean, it worked for a while, but in a day and age like today, you need to have some form of customer loyalty. And you need to have a decent product, because the customer base has completely changed. It has completely changed. Alright, let's see here. I need... No, that's not gonna be there. Documentation, maybe? No. I wonder if there's just a blank plug I can get. No. Plug. Download this. Oh wait, shit, that's PDF. I don't want PDF. Can I do it as Word, please? So, you know, Spirit was going to go under no matter what at this point. Or that point in time. And especially when you have so much debt. And especially when you aren't making a profit at all. And you're losing like $100 billion a month. That's not sustainable for anyone. Unless you're Apple. Alright, let's see here. We are going out of... GG. or GCC to Bristol. Alright. Let's see here. I will need to actually write some of this stuff down. I don't know what to do here. So I need to get all these values here, but I need to have both up at the same time. Oh, what did I say waypoint 1 was again? Waypoint 1 was the Minster. Enter user point. The Minster. There we go. Alright, you can use that. Alright, so we are going to be going from Manchester. First leg is to Jodrell Bank. Then we're going Jodrell Bank to Shawberry. Then we're going from Shawberry to Leominster. Then we're going to from Leominster off to Old Severn Bridge. And then I need one. I think that'll be good. Old Severn Bridge off to but that's funny. And then that's to Clifton Suspension Bridge. And then Clifton Suspension Bridge to Bristol. Damn you, purchase scenery. Okay, what is the IIT or what is the IITA code for Bristol? Is it BRS? It is BRS. I will fix that. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I thought. Well, it is BRS. Thank you. I will fix that. Never. I will fix that. Never. All right. What is our? All right. So now we actually need to look at our information here. I'm gonna go ahead and get an altitude, or let's go ahead and look at What's our minimum safe altitude? So leg safe altitude. So the first one is going to be 1500. Then 2000, 2000, 2000, 2000. Or sorry, no, 1500. Let's read that. Yeah, 1500 again. And then 2000. So that's our minimum safe altitude. That's our MSA. And then we're going to be doing, let's figure out our altitude for each leg. So I'm actually going to chuck this right here instead. So for leg 1, so for our first leg, our first leg is more of a climb leg, but so let's actually look at the second leg first. So the class A begins at 4,500 feet. $4,500. Let's continue down. Let's see if we get any more obstacles. But first things first, we are fine on that front. We are fine on that front. Okay. Anything else that might be in our way? So I'm not seeing any Class A airspace over there. Though, we come over here. The Class Alpha begins 7,500 feet. And then it actually stays pretty good. Nice. Yeah, this was a good tool. Gives you a lot of useful information. Yeah, so let's see. 4,500. The Class A over here is 10,500. So actually, in that case, altitude really is not that big of a factor. So we'll just take 2 from let's go 4,000 in terms of cruising. And we'll make that the entire way. And we don't have to worry about descending and ascending. 4,000 the entire time. Because as long as we clear that initial Class A airspace, which starts at 4,500, we'll be fine. And our true airspeed is going to be 95 knots. 95. Alright, and then we need to put in our tracks. So our first track is going to be heading 190 degrees. Alright, then the next heading is going to be, actually, I think it straight up says it in here. Heading, no. Oh, course. That works. That's course. 206 for the next one. Then for the next one, it is going to be 184. And by the way, if you see any mistakes, any of you, let me know. Okay, then we go 174. 176. 218. Okay. And figure out when in a moment. I just need the distances. So the first distance is going to be 7.2. Then a distance of 30. Then a distance of 34. 37. 9.4. 5.5. All right. And now let's go ahead and put in our checkpoints now, because after this we're gonna actually be done with the little nav map, but initially anyway. All right. We need to put in our checkpoints. So nothing for the first leg. So go leg 2. And I will need to print this out. So then we're going to Ellsworth. And that is on that. How far away is that? That is going to be 6 miles. Okay, then we're off to Odlum. That'll be 16.6 miles. $16.6. And then okay, that's the first one. Let me just go ahead. You're actually, I'll go ahead and give you all this, and then put the little nav map back over here. All right, and then so we can go and get rid of that row entirely. Delete entire row. Alright, then for our next leg, it's going to be Action Burnell. Or Acton Burnell. Then going down to Little, or Little. And then, did I get that the third one? No, I did not. Okay, perfect. Or Lidlow. There we go. I have a few more. Leg 3. Then for our third leg, we'll be going to Hereford. Or sorry, Hereford. And then Laringen. Got me spot watching the stream now. It's about this time. Saying, what the fuck is this idiot doing? And why the fuck is he mispronouncing everything? And then we're going off down to Redbrook. That's leg 3. And anything for the final leg? No, because the final leg is okay. It's 3 legs. That's delete cells. Delete entire row. Wait, what? delete cells, delete entire row. Where'd it go? You're sold on little nav map. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it is useful. I will say it does do a good job with VFR. And I hate to throw Novgraph under the bus because I think they're wonderful people, but this doesn't compare to Novgraph. Not really, anyway. So that's gonna be 10.8. 10.8 and 26. Alright. Then that'll be 10.1. 21, 27. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I will give. You have to give an autograph IFR no matter what because IFR doesn't. IFR is very important. Okay. And all right, so now I can actually close that because now I need to go ahead and look at Mavis. Because what we need to do is we need to fill in the rest of these boxes. So wind direction, or you need to find out our true heading, our ground speed, and then the times, which do matter. And we also need to find the time on this front as well. So how long is it going to take us to get through each waypoint? So let's go off to Matt's office again, or Mavis. .com. Do we need our wins? All right, reports. Let's see here. Spot wins. I think that's what I need. So we'll be departing. Okay, this one here is accurate for us. Though you also probably want to take a look at the other one because it'll probably not be there until about 5, if I had to guess. Alright, let's see here. GGP. Okay, what's first look like? So take a look at the 750 north, 030 west. Here. Nope. Actually, it's 230 west, I think. I'm an idiot. I can't figure this out. Five west. Okay. 020 west. So that's all. Fry, you're watching me be an idiot again, aren't you? Alright, 0230 west. So I'm gonna look at this map here, and then we're also gonna look at this one here. Oh, actually, this one here's don't need to look at this one. I do need to look at this one though. So then 5 west, 0 west. Okay, I figured out how to read this. So I need to look at this right here. So we're gonna be cruising at 4,000. So 250 degrees, 14 knots, roughly speaking. Yeah, 250 degrees, 14 knots. Potential for 200 degrees. I have. This is all covered on the course. Why, can you tell? Or... Yeah. Yep. This is what actually the person who I had on Wednesday, which caused the cancellation for the stream. Literally the head of VAT UK pilot training division. So anyway, 23. Yeah, 210 degrees. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I was an idiot. 210 degrees, 25 knots. I'm looking at the wrong numbers. 210, 25. Okay, noted. Two degrees, 25. 25. What do you mean TSK, TSK? Alright, now we have enough here to go ahead and find out what our ground speed's gonna be. Or what the rest of these numbers are gonna be. Because now we're actually gonna use a tool. E6BX. That's the computer. There we go. So yeah, let's just go ahead and put this stuff in now. Okay, 210, speed 25. Okay. Trigger speed 95. Light disapproval / disappointment. Wow. Wow. Okay. 190. Initial heading. So that's gonna make our ground speed. Sorry, that's gonna give me a true heading of 195 with a ground speed of 71 knots. Ouch. 7.2 miles. That'll be 6 minutes. Alright, now if the next one to be 206. That's going to give me a true heading of 207. And then, okay, let's see here. Let's put in the, well, our initial ground speed is going to be 70 knots there. the distance of, let's put in the 6 number first. That'll be 5 minutes for this first one. Then 16, that'll be 13 minutes for the next one. Or sorry, 14 minutes for the next one. And then total, it'll be over 30 miles. Damn, 25 minutes. Damn. $25 Oh, in fairness, we will be cruising at a literal 70 knots. Alright, next one is going to be track 184. Okay. Ground speed will be 72 knots. Okay, distance first of 11, so 9 minutes on that one, then 26, 22 minutes. I'll be done here soon, I promise. We still have to do our mass and balance, which actually we're not going to do because we're just going to load it up with full. And how long is this leg here? 37 miles? Uh, 31 minutes. Which makes sense. We'll be cruising at just above 1 knot a minute, or 1 mile a minute, which is actually pretty bad. Take a car at that point, is what I think some people would say. Let me just verify though this other one. What's the track on this one? 191. $206. Verify it's 34. Oh, that's right. This is. That's off. 29 minutes. Alright, next up, heading of 174. That'll make our ground speed 74 knots. Heading's going to be 183 degrees. Time for the first leg, or first part of that leg is going to be 7 minutes. Then the next leg will be 17 minutes. Then the leg after will be 27 minutes, 21 minutes. Okay. Morning, Joanna. We are flying by hand in a few moments, but I'm doing it part of practice for VAT UK, so I have to do this first. I have to do our complete VFR flight planning first. Not the mass and balance though, because they tell us just do it. I just go full fuel. So sorry, I get to sit through this very, very boring bit. And what's the distance on this leg here? 37 knots. Or sorry, 37 miles. 30 minutes exactly. Alright, then course can be 176. Ground speed 73. .4 miles. It'll be 7 minutes, true heading of 184. And then this one doesn't really matter because this one we get to do the overhead join or whatever join we have to do. It'll probably require flying over the airport, over Bristol. But I will need to get the heading though, 218. So that'll make that a ground speed of 70. Time of, call that 6 miles, so 5 minutes. It is a lot of work. It is a lot of work. And a true heading of 216. All right. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and print this off because I will need to write stuff down. As what Mr. Ben kind of told me I was doing wrong on Wednesday. Wasn't writing stuff down. And so, got lost very easily, which makes sense. I never got the other information that I needed. I'll do that in a moment. Is there any ATC that's coming online? That okay. I have to wonder. Is there anyone coming online here in a few minutes? I'm just curious. More development? Is that more development? Let's see. Calendar. North London Center at 8. Damn it. Damn, there's really not much going on today at all. Damn. Gatwick Towers booked for 2 o'clock. North London Center is booked for 6 o'clock. 6 local. And then Gatwick Towers booked again for 7. So. Alright, so we might be flying basically blind, so. Alright, there's a few things I need to find out. I do. Okay. First of all, there's a few extra things I need to find out. And I need to actually go into the AIP for that. To give you access to here. I just need to find out runways or circuit or more circuit height. Let's see. Aerodromes. Okay, well here's Bristol. Let's see. I need the elevation. Morning, Clark. Oh, Fry, did you really miss your top descent? Clark, you can probably guess what I'm doing. I'm on the ground at Manchester if you want to hop on. Okay, let's see. Elevation. Or no, not a transmitting area. Tip runways, noise abatement, VFR. Visual reference points, you already got those. It doesn't say. Don't think it does anyway. Flight procedures. Out above. Okay. Procedure for inbound aircraft. Not seeing the joining information. Don't skip any noise abatement procedure. I'm an idiot. That's why. Or because I'm lazy. That's why. Let's see. Anything relating to the runways. Purchase circuit switch. No. Okay. Helicopter circuit height is 700 feet. These are runways. Subject to approval. All good. All good. So we'll assume it's going to be. Well, do we even have a runway yet? What's the meter look like? (190°6). So that's the usual runway for Bristol. The 2 whatever. 27. So (10-9). Okay, so okay, airport elevation 600. And then not see anything relating to circuits. So we'll just assume it's left-hand circuits then. Yeah, we'll just assume it's left-hand circuits. As appears to be the rest of the words in the UK, and we'll assume it's we'll assume it's 1,500 feet. Anything relating to Manchester then? CC. I just saw there it is. I doubt that there's anything for Manchester. Just because, I mean, if there's nothing for Bristol, then there probably won't be much for Manchester. For regulations, ground movement, no. Use of runways. Okay. 23 left, 23 right. Circuit direction. Clark, if you're still with us, I have a question. When you get VFR at Manchester, what direction do you usually send them? Okay, VFR. Okay, maybe. Left-hand circuits. Okay. Ooh, thank you. Thank you. And then, let's see. Yes, it is. It is. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Grumpy. What's the You're better at finding this information than I am. What's the information for in terms of left or right hand circuits? Yes, Grumpy. We're doing actual paper planes because I actually need to have this for the VAT UK P1. We'll be starting up in a few minutes. Already checked Cloud Clever. Should be looking fine. Following a visual circuit. It's 1,500. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. 1,500 for this. Okay, I know I've been parked for over an hour, but I've also been doing the paperwork for this. Procedures. VFR. Okay, but you still need to do. You do realize you still need to do this, right? With VFR, okay. You do realize you still need to do this, especially if you're planning on flying a long route like this. Oh, wow. South Airport. Okay. In that case, we'll just depart. So. All right. Well, now we're actually ready. Actually ready now. Avionics already on. Good. Wow. You guys really hate this thing. Configure 100. Just myself. All right, that's our mass imbalance done. All right, that's all good. Fuel pump on. Mixture. Let me disable these detents. Tiny bit of throttle. Collision lights on. Manchester traffic, Golf India Romeo Yankee November, GA ramp, starting engines now. Manchester traffic. Let me just. Oh, it is on the correct thing. Okay, what was the issue there? I mean, the fuel pump's on. I did it, but I also forgot to start New Sky for the first time in 15 years. So, and I didn't notice until I was on the ground. Because you know, usually I'm really good at starting New Sky. Usually I check it like 5 times. So. Why is nothing behaving today? First 2 issues in the triple, causing the end of a flight. And now this. Alright, I'm gonna restart the sim. Okay, did you see the issues with this triple? I did fuel it up. That's the thing. I'm gonna restart the sim because it's also the propellers are also not being very good. Oh come on, Fry! You had to say it. Both of which I reported to PMDG because, well, I haven't reported the second one yet, but I will. They have gotten back to me wanting me to upload the WASM file, which I will still do. It wasmed once after I updated the nav data. Then it wasmed again whilst I turned final. Noised shit. The good news that I still have another triple that I can use. So it's not a complete loss. Actually, the other triple is known as the best aircraft in X-Plane. In case anyone's wondering. Okay, it has gotten worse recently. But it used to never wasm. SU5 definitely broke it, though. Yeah, well, I switched over to a bus. Okay. Well, Max was able to get the Phoenix to wasm. I don't know how anyone can do that because the Phoenix isn't. I mean, the Phoenix is wasm based, but it's not really wasm based. So. For the most part, the Phoenix is not WASM based. I mean, it has a WASM like connection with their actual application, but that's about it. So the fact that Max was able to get the Phoenix to WASM, yeah, I have no clue how it was able to do that. That's why I told him skip the Windows or skip the MSFS reinstall, go straight from Windows reinstall, because something's wrong. Yeah, and Fry, you also missed your descent. You also missed your top descent, so there's no comparison, mate. You're probably not wrong. Alright, we've all done it at one point in time. We've all done it at some point in time. Missed the top descent. I was flying with Grumpy in the A350 a few months back. And I missed my top descent. But it wasn't, it was my fault, but it was me being stupid. And because I was stupid, because they put in the wrong arrival procedure, it thought that my top descent was way off. So, well, in the Phoenix, you have to go 20 miles early. Otherwise, you will straight up plummet out of the sky, or you have to hold. And Johnny, you won't only fly the Phoenix. Though the A340 did behave today. It did behave. So, I think that maybe it must have been a keybind or something that was causing issues. Causing some bullshit issues. Fuck the 320 Neo, just to say it. The 321 Neo, though, that's I like. Not the FS Labs, though. The FS Labs is junk. But I do like the 321 Neo. Actually, I have a Model T XLR right behind me. Why now? Jay's playing work. Okay, it should not be. I don't know what I did to it the other day, but I hit something and I didn't like it. State saving off. Let's reset the whole thing. Because it appears to be broken. It went alright. I had an issue with the 757, or it wasn't the 757. It was a crash. After I tried to change some performance settings, I just happened to be in the 757. But it did alright, and the A330 did alright as well. The A330 may look ugly, but it's payload 25%. Fuel 100. The A330, it may look ugly, but it does a good job. Though apparently the connection between VATS and radar and MSFS and whatever is not that great, because apparently I landed right on top of Fry. Get fuel pump on. Mixture to full. Wrong one. That on. Make sure all that's off. There we go. That's the way that's supposed to work. Or nope. Okay, what am I missing? I'm missing something then. fuel pumps. Here, I have a checklist here for you so you can go look at it. Alright. That's full rich. Fuel pump on. Oh, I know what I forgot. That. I'm always forgetting that. There we go. Make sure that's good. 1200 RPM. Check the dead cut. Left fine. Right fine. Alright, there you go. Yeah, I should probably get Volanta up just so I can track the flight. Damn. Damn creepy. Ouch. What tour are you doing? Just curious. Alright, for those wondering, the flight plan. We are going down to Bristol. As we're gonna be going off to this bank here. Then we're going to be coming down through Strawberry Airport, passing Ellsworth and Outer Limit on the way. Then we're going to be going down at passing Leominster through through Acton Burnell and Lidwell. And then we'll be coming down via Hereford, Laringen, and Redbrook. Gonna be crossing whatever channel this is, or whatever river this is. With this bridge here. More looking for the landmass. And then we'll be going to the Clifton Suspension Bridge and eventually making an arrival into Bristol. Probably overhead approach. Or, no, it won't be overhead. Yeah, no, it'll be a crosswind one. But anyway, we'll be starting off here. We'll be taking 2-3 right because it's easy. It's easy for, well, actually. We'll take 2-3 left to stay out of the way of traffic. And then we'll just make a direct turn for Little Bank. And we'll look for B503. Should I just really add a waypoint to that? Alright, we'll try to be maybe a mile or so from this road, from this little intersection here. And we should get it. This will be an altitude of 4,000 feet is what we're going to climb to. Unfortunately not, because Vet UK doesn't like it when you do that. So I don't know if Vet UK really likes it when you do that. When you do this. Manchester traffic, Golf India Romeo Yankee November beginning taxi now for runway 23 left. Via Kilo, pop across 23 right. Continue on Delta Zulu, Tango, hold Zulu. Or sorry, hold Tango. Manchester traffic. Look at the okay, that's fine. There is a reason that I did that. It was completely intentional to make sure that was all in. And that's looking good. Oh, what's the QNH? Get really blocking there. Really? Not right there. Why am I not on you to come? Thought it was. Manchester traffic, Golf India Romeo Yankee November taxiing now. Holding point Tango for runway 23 left. Via Kilo Papa across 23 right, Delta Zulu and Tango. Manchester traffic. QNH 1010. So that hasn't changed at all. By the way, Clark had to do all the same training, by the way. Clark has his P1 as well. We are altitude reporting, correct? We are. That's fun. It actually does teach you a fair amount. Especially about different aerospace classes. It also gives you a lot of information relating to weather. It also helps you improve your landing techniques. I mean, it might not be the most exciting aircraft in the world, but it's something, and it does teach you a fair amount. So that's why I decided to improve my landing and improve my stuff on airspaces. Manchester traffic, Golf India Romeo Yankee November, holding runway 23 left. Manchester traffic. What was the wind? 190 degrees. Actually, I'd say we're about good. All right. Throttle to 1200 RPM initially. All right, now throttle 2000 RPM. Left. Both. Right. Both. Both good. Now 1200 RPM. Flaps good. Full up, full down, full left, full right. Flaps up. Full up, full down, full left, full right. Flaps good. It is, but once again, it also gives you a good idea on how to look at the weather, all that stuff. How to know how to actually do the forecast yourself based on the charts and everything. 2 notches of flaps for takeoff. All right. Manchester traffic, Gulf India Romeo Yankee November, lining up now runway 23 left. VFR departure to the south. Manchester traffic. Not necessarily. You have to check the seals when you do your walk around, which I don't do because VAT-UK doesn't require it. Manage traffic, Gulf into Romeo Yankee November, takeoff now, runway 23 left, VFR departure to the south. Manage traffic. It's knots. Come on. Don't know what that was about. That's at 300 feet. Flaps in. Now to hand fly all the way down to Bristol. Alright. Where's my map at? Oh shit. That's annoying. So I know what to look for. You turn over here a bit. You need to trim for it as well. Alright, looking for the bank. Uh-oh. That'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. So you're gonna be that there is okay, good. Just continue this heading from out. Whilst we climb to 4,000 feet. So we are almost at. Visual. Visual. Not allowed to use any not allowed to use any of that. For the P1. For the P2 I think you are. Right. Oh, I will. Okay. Yeah. Well, I didn't know that. Haven't gotten to that yet. Let's see if I can actually trim today. Yeah, well, Clark just said I am allowed, apparently. So. Alright, now we're going to turn on our first heading of 207. Which is about there. We're going to continue this for oops. Little high. You're going to continue this heading for about half an hour. But for 5 minutes initially. So at 7:14, so we will take a look. And if we need to make any course corrections in about 5 minutes, we can. Which I don't think we will need to. Get back down to 4,000, please. Alright, that's good. Pilot. Trim up ever so slightly. We have a city up there, which I do see, which means we're on a good track. Seems about right. Well, we are well below any Class A airspace, which we're not allowed in. We are. I specifically planned this so you would avoid all the Class A airspace. Which Class A airspace for this area begins at 4,500 feet. We are staying at 4,000. So. Yeah, well, I am. I have stuff planned. I know what I'm doing slightly. Yeah, it is about time for a feed actually. Those looking fine. Radius fine. Free to complete. Everything's looking fine. I think you're going to be above that. You're slipping ever so slightly in terms of altitude. Yeah, liveries are not. Once you know what you're doing with liveries, they're not hard. So. Yeah, we should be overhead that in about a minute. And then we'll be continuing on setting for another 14 minutes to our next one, which is Odalum. And the next waypoint is more of an intersection than anything. And if we need to do any slight course corrections, we can do them, which I don't think we will need to. They're not used to these extra controls I have here. Yeah, so we are passing over a city. Okay, where's a pen? I need a pen. Oh, VFR is fun. Despite all the extra planning that you need to do for VFR, it is fun. So you should be passing to the more to that side of this. So we'll do a slight course correction in a moment. So what's 207 minus 40? That's 267. I actually do the same, and look at us. We're simply adding a bit of power. Going to re-trim here. You know, I will have gone up and down by maybe 100 feet or so by the time I realize. Actually, we're not bad, actually. We are on track for the most part. Where are we? I think we are. Yeah, we're fine. We should be right overhead at the train station. Alright. So we're passing over that waypoint now, or that checkpoint now. So we're going to continue for another 14 minutes, so that's going to be 7:34 Zulu. Plus or minus 200. Alright. Oh, Ben told me 100, but that's good to know. As long as you don't go into any Class A airspace. But I like how they tell you 100. Tells you to make sure you can actually fly. within that 100. And then if you do slightly go out of that 200 range, or go into that 200 range, then you actually have that leniency. Oh, language should have been off. Oops. Alright. Go ahead and do a Frida in a moment. Versus the Alright, and the next waypoint after this is going to be Leominster, which is going to be a city, and we'll be turning on a heading of... For that one, we'll be turning on a heading of 191. And that one will be another half an hour thing. Trim down ever so slightly. This is already going a lot better than my session on on Wednesday. Mind you, the entire time on Wednesday I was trimming. So I wasn't actually navigating that much. So it was awful one Wednesday. Felt very embarrassed after it. Getting a tad low. All right, free to check time. Damn it. I have it noted down. Free to check. I have it noted down. Fuel, radius, engine instruction. Passenger. So fuel is looking fine. Engines, T's and P's are looking fine. Radios, we're still in common ATC in sight. At least of V-pilot anyway. Does anyone have an updated QNH for me? Then direction is fine. So it said 3-4 at our next checkpoint. Yeah, does anyone have an updated QNH for me? I have 1010 set. I might have to look it up. Send about... What is it? So in about 9 minutes, we should be at our next waypoint. Or, sorry, at our next visual point. Oh wait, oh shit, no, we just passed it, didn't we? Because the time I put in there was 14 minutes beyond. So that would make it. I think we just passed it then. We're passing it now. Yeah, no, we just passed it. That's why we write stuff down, which I don't have a pen with me, so I can't. In that case, we should be at our. So we're looking for an airfield next. Looking for an airfield, which we'll find out. We'll find in a moment. Here's a pen. So we're looking for an airfield now. Could be off over there. Yeah, I see it. I think I see it. We might be ever so slightly off course by maybe a mile or so, but don't know. Oh, welcome back, Fry. All good. All good. It happens. I forgot to write down our ETA. Yeah. So, should be seeing an airfield in a moment. You know, I might take a slight descent, actually, just because of these clouds. One go around. That's a good move. You can always go around it. If it don't look right, coming down. That happens to all of us. It happens, mate. The main thing is that you made the right decision to do the go around. That's the main thing. You did the right decision, or you made the right decision. That's what I should say. You made the right and safe decision. Yeah. Bodies of water on a route. Yeah. In that case, we are right on track. Means we are actually perfect. They might take a very, very slight descent to 3,000, I think. Despite what our initial planning said. Yeah, I'm gonna take this descent just because these clouds are getting a bit much. If I had looked at Mavis properly, I would have caught this. That is lazy. Good news is that we should is that descending to 3,000 should do it for us. Look at it. Look at that. That's already. I did. I did. There was maybe one small bug. Like the and I'll I forgot to send this message. Apologies. And then of course it was slow, but I understand that you can't fix the slowness of it. But the one bug I did see was that one of those lines kind of went off, and then it's like a weird map thing just with Google Maps. So you know that Google Maps can be shit at times. So that's not a surprise at all. GSX will crash. I have actually intentionally forced GSX to crash before. I think we all have. People have fixed it though, but I'm not going to say it's easy. Or we can go and add the power back in now. Oh, look at that. That's just perfect. Right. Should be looking for an airfield now. Which I think I might see. A body of water, right? Straight to the north of it. Let's retrim, please. So what did I calculate? 29 minutes. Yeah, it's 35. Add a little power that I can then. Oh, perfect. Perfect. I know precisely where we are. Perfect. We are looking perfect, actually. That right there is that. There should be. Oh, you are actually ever so slightly off course. But the main thing that I'm looking for is that field right there. I think we're off course anyway. Right, say we're off course by about 20. So it's. I'm gonna say we're off course by about 2 miles or so. I'm gonna go ahead and turn now, heading 247 degrees. And that'll get us back on course. Turn heading 247 for 2 minutes. So until 39. Not supposed to tell me that. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm just guessing. Once again, you're not allowed to technically use it. So, no, you're fine. I have no clue where Shrews is anyway, so. That's though I do not actually know where I am. So 1 more minute and then resume our initial course. Which, yeah, I think this is perfect actually. Fry, can you tell me if I'm doing good or not? Okay. Go ahead and resume course in a moment. Oh, fair. Alright, go ahead and make this turn. Back. Alright, well, can you tell me if there's an airfield coming up? I could go with Oscar Sierra. There should be. Which... Yeah, well, it is time for you to check real quickly. Frequency is fine, or fuel is fine. Actually, we can go ahead and make the switch over to that real quickly. Just tell me if there's an airfield coming up, because I'm not seeing it. Echo Golf Oscar Sierra. So if I'm not wrong, this here is the town of Stanton Up Union. Shit. What do you mean I'm beyond? Alright, you know, I'm gonna pause this to find out. So, that's Telford. Did I mic this all up? You guys can tell me. Oh, I was way past it. Shit. Here. That is Cosford. Shit. Oh yes, I failed. So I don't even know what those locations that you guys were saying. I don't even know those locations that you guys were saying. Down in this direction? Wait, it's oh. Okay, so I am off by like 10 miles as well. By like 10 miles or so. It's in your west, northwest. All right, so you're saying I'm like right here, then Halfpenny Green. Probably about 10 miles south of Crossroad. So I'm like all okay. I'm like right here, then. Shit, about 12 miles away. Oh, because I've already failed. Let's see where. Yeah, I can see. Damn it. Damn it. All right. So in that case, I'm gonna. And that's a correction I have to make. Yeah, at that rate, I'll reach this place. Yeah, sure. Sure. Let's see. What's the track look like? My heading wasn't even accurate then. Oh, I never did. I never did. But I did though. So my except that heading was completely off. To 206. Should have been 207. My actual heading. Match. Probably. Probably. Let's find out if that made the correction. Oh wait, I see the issue. Yeah, I didn't set that correctly. No wonder why I couldn't see the airfield. Is there a way to maybe turn off this bit? Well, I did. Not wrong. Aside from the fact we have to make a massive course correction. Yet a different one. Maybe I should switch over. No. You know why it is, because I have the thing. Search and nav. And so you have the whatever things. The one I just had. To that one. Alright. Just enough. Aha. That helps. Ask Clark is the one with the knowledge on this. And also, okay, we're doing what I estimated on the ground speed, by the way. Right, looking like we should be passing Lidwo. At some point in about half an hour, I guess. In about 20 miles. Should be passing Lidwo. Yeah, that would have helped. Remember, my thing was all the way over there, so and that's what I was going off of. Good to note. Maybe I'll do another flight after this. Maybe off camera though. Alright, pay attention to the altitude. That would have failed right there, right then. Yeah, well, I mean, these are tools here, and you need to be paying attention to these. What do you free to in a few minutes? I'll probably do an off-camera flight after this. That trim handled itself. Well, you did. All right. About 20 miles or so. Look at the map, and then we'll try to do more of this. Well, you'll try to do more of this for the next leg or the next part of this. So get to we'll get to that. I'll get to Lidwell, and then we'll be fine. And then we'll rejoin on the course. Go from there. I even asked Ben. Look, I asked him at the end of the session as well. It's like, if I wanted to revisit something, could I like request a session, but maybe not go through the next part of the material? And he said, you should be fine with practice. So, but he did say that if he saw that someone was consistently making the same mistakes, then they would go back and recover that part. But it wasn't really something that he said that they would do. It can feel like that at times. Now that's smart. Using the binoculars. We're not quite there yet. We do have a little bit of time. Yeah, probably not. About another 10 minutes or so. Before we go to that, or before we're overhead that tiny town. Oh, really? Really? Yeah, I'll be moving most likely to Manchester. Either most likely Manchester or Leeds. So was looking at Swindon. Maybe still looking for work though. Yeah, the thing I have to think about though, with moving to a more remote area is how am I gonna get around? So. I mean, I do have a valid driver's license right now, but I have to go through the training, or go through that training again. So. Yeah, and that's one of those things. That's one of the things, or one of the reasons why I'm looking at Manchester. And they also have pretty good. Yeah. Well, you should see the public transportation here. Shit. Off track. The public transportation here is shit. So, I mean, some cities have decent public transportation. I live in a city that has meh public transportation. Better than nothing, but still something. True. How long of a commute would that be, though? Half an hour there, half an hour back, at least, maybe an hour. Interesting. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. 2 hours to get from Birmingham to Liverpool. That's pretty damn good. Better than Deutschland. Oh, me and my mom got completely fucked in Germany. I mean, we missed our train. We missed train after train after train. We missed train after train after train with Germany. And it was all because one train was delayed. So. Cheaper than. Surely it's got to be cheaper than a car. Surely it's got to be cheaper than a car. Especially for someone who has you'd have to pay like $500 in insurance. That's true. All right, I'll look into it. I'll do a free to check in a moment. And the good news is that that city up ahead should be did well. Yeah, we're gonna be slightly off it, and of course I've drifted it for slightly. Set that city will start the clock again. 207. Come on now. Alright, now's a good time for a free to check. Fuel. Go ahead and switch it over now. Radio is fine. Altitude is fine. Direction, been monitoring that the entire time. Direction's fine. Engines are fine. Yeah, well, that's kind of why I'm staying away from the south right now. Because I was actually seriously looking at Bristol. But the issue with Bristol is, okay, I can get a job. I can maybe get a job up north that pays 27 grand per year. In Bristol, maybe I can get one for 28 grand. But then rent is so much. But then rent and everything is so much more expensive. We should be 207. Right. And so, I mean, I did the math and saw it just wouldn't work out, right? I mean, it's not like $200 per month that more expensive. It's like $500 per month, and if I'm only making an extra $500 per year, so I have some not really. I mean, I have some cybersecurity experience, most of which I entered a while back, like a year and a half ago. Well, not quite a year and a half ago, but a year ago. I mean, that's like the only thing I have going for me, aside from that, and 3 years work experience. So I'm really trying to do the impossible here of trying to get a minimum wage job, move into a country that I have no base in. So, and that's why I say I'm not. Ouch. Alright, so we are about to pass over the city here. We're going to be turning with a track of 191. And continuing this track for wait, yeah. Or sorry, no, we're gonna be back on the track of 184. Wait, the track. Yep, 184 is gonna be the track that you have to maintain. Ouch, that's brittle. 184. Should be a 184 for the track. Alright, so we passed that. Okay, well, at the next actual waypoint, we'll, so I don't have the timings on this. So the next actual waypoint is Leominster. So the city right in front of us, essentially. And then we'll be turning on a track of something. Ouch. That's brittle. That is brittle. Right. We are very, very high. Actually, we're very, very low. Because initially, I decided to go 3,000 feet, but clouds decided it was better to go to 3,000 feet. Should be 184. Ever so slightly creeping out that heading. Keep track of 184. I'm doing a spot on job right now on this run. Yeah, I understand them. Yeah, I don't know really what I'm gonna do, because so everyone knows that the real life, or the real world pilot's license kind of fell through. Oh, first the FAA denied it because I didn't send them stuff that I did, which doesn't make any sense. But then last week I actually got the results back from my $4,000 adventure thing, or $4,000 psych, and that was, and they essentially said you would have been ineligible anyway. Said I'm very slow. My brain processing skills are very slow, but they're very accurate. So, I noticed that the last time I was here, or last time I was over there. Food is ridiculously cheap over there. I did notice that. I mean, so I went to the grocery store the other day, picked up a few things, picked up some, and it came out to be over $100, which is kind of ridiculous for the very little I got. And the crazy thing is, it's actually really good how much I was able to get. Okay, we are offset ever so slightly, because the town we're headed to is right there. You're offset by about a mile, so we're gonna turn 40 degrees, so 220 for 1 minute. 225 for 1 minute. Well, that's why. That's why. So that's why it's so expensive, because they. And then the crazy thing is that the advertising for it is also complete shit as well. So at 8:09, to continue this heading for 1 minute, then we'll resume back to 2:07. Actually, we turning, heading 174. Okay, about now. Alright, heading 174, so that's 8:09. Good. On a track of 174. No, not quite. So 8:09. Turn back, heading 184. Wait, wait. Sorry, 174. There we go. Maintain this track for 30 minutes. So 8:39. Should have a few reference points coming up. Yeah, I've used one of your ATMs. Fucking scam. Actually, well, that's because all ATMs are scam. It's a fucking scam, though. And I think it charged me like 30% to get money out. No, with your apps. Yeah. Oh, with your app. Sorry, I read that as an ATM. Yeah, sorry, I read that wrong. Sorry. Flying here at the same time. Alright, so 7 minutes up. So in 7 minutes we should see Hereford. I was getting a little off. I might be tempted to take another descent, actually. So, okay, 806. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, Hereford. Alright, I'm gonna take a descent because I can't see a damn thing. Is it here? Yes. Here, as it, or is it Hereford? Or Hereford? Hereford. Hereford. I knew someone was going to correct me on that. Hereford. Alright, I'm going to descend. Our minimum safe is 2,000, so we're going to descend straight to our minimum safe. Or actually, you know, this will work here. 2,500. Hereford. Or Hereford. Okay. You should be maintaining track 174, right? Well, the good news that we're right is that this is perfect. The good news is that we are perfectly on track. Or is that we are perfectly on course. Seven or four. We are getting a little low. I should reviewed the charts for 9 o'clock for 9-0 as well. Thought we were going to be over and done with this thing by about 9-0, which we might still be. Our next one is Redbrook. Sorry. No, it's not. It's not Redbrook, sorry. It is, Glencairn, or however the fuck you pronounce it. I have no clue. Right. New York crossing that one about now, so that's actually perfect. That's what I had planned. So if anything, it was actually tad early. Seen this heading for a minute, or for another 20 minutes or so. You're not the only one who's had that issue, Fry. I've had that issue in the past before. I forget how I fixed it, though. I'll maintain 2,500 for now. add in a tad bit more power. So we're estimating next one at 15. Or sorry, not 15, 25. Net 25. I know, I know you guys do. It's a good thing as well. Because now we know that you're smarter than us Americans, which you are. For the most part. Yeah, at least you guys can win wars. I mean, we can't, apparently. Once again, at least you guys can win wars, which apparently we can't do. So, you know, everyone here in the US believes, oh, we're the strongest military in the world. But then I'm gonna go ahead and say, point to one war that we've won in the past 30 years. And you can't point to one. I mean, we lost Afghanistan after being in there for 20 years. We lost Iraq. I mean, we tried Iran. We've essentially lost that. Plus wasted $400 billion. Yet we believe we are the strongest country, the strongest nation on Earth. There's not really any evidence to prove that there, man. I hate to break it to you, but there's not really see any point to the evidence. Exactly. I mean, Russia's been held up in Ukraine for a while, but there was a time where I seriously thought Iran might turn into our Ukraine, which for a while it did. Dragged on way too long, but that's because Iran had all the Iran had the cards, and our supply chain is absolute shit. Don't be descending now. Yeah, and then I have to look at China and think about China. It's like they don't prioritize I mean, they do prioritize the military more than they used to, but I mean, they don't do a lot. Previously they didn't do a lot with their military, and if they wanted to take Taiwan, which they do, to be honest, I don't really see a way that anyone can stop that from happening. So, okay, but Fried, I mean, seriously though, we lost that one. We didn't conquer the entirety of Korea. Right, we should be passing Red Brook in a little bit. Lower power hack. I need to retrim here. So my trim is mucked up. In about 4 minutes, we should be passing Laringen, which be honest, I can't see. Are we sure the MSAs were, yeah, 2000, 2000, 2000, 1500, 2000? I can't see if it's in there. It's in that mountain. Can't really see it. Could be. It should be there within about 3, or we should be at it within about 3 minutes, though. Find out if I can see it or not. No, you're fine. I mean, I also went. We were the ones who started, so. I'm okay with getting a little political at times. Unlike some people, I'm not that worried about getting too political. I mean, I have my thoughts. You have everyone has their thoughts. If you can't respect them, then I don't even want to work around you, to be honest. Because that's a different issue. That's a personality issue that it's going to cause you issues, not me. Speaking of, I don't know if I said this on the stream yet, but a few weeks ago we terminated another person at work, and I have had some mixed views on it, but at the same time, though, I mostly agreed with it. Essentially, a lot of call-outs. That's the reason why we terminated him. A lot of call-outs. And he would never, yeah, you know, it was I mean, he had been on the door of being terminated for months, actually, and we were going to terminate him back in March. We decided not to back then. We told him, look, next time you call out, back then he would be done. His issue is, and the reason that it took us so long, is that he would provide doctor's notes, but they wouldn't really be paper doctor's notes, though. They sent through like this app, and it's like, there's no way you're getting a doctor's note for a tiny little headache. There's no way you're spending, especially in this country. I mean, somewhere throughout the world, maybe, but then he mucked up, and he actually didn't provide one, and that's when we were done with him. So, and so it was like every week, and it was always on the same day as well. It's like it's at a certain point, and he was never finding coverage as well, which is the main thing, which is the main issue. I think we passed it. No, I never saw it. So this is going to be an issue. I can't see shit. Yet our minimum safe is... Okay, we're breaking through it. Our minimum safe altitude, though, is 2,000. We're sitting at 2,3 right now. I mean, we can go below it. Not recommended. There's no law against us going below it. But it's also not really recommended. We should be approaching another city here soon. Redbrook. I am cheating with the map ever so slightly now, but it's fine. That's fine at this point in time. I mean, we already failed the test. I have no clue. But I mean, the US is not very good. Okay, we're searching for a town. Yep, perfect. That's perfect. It's right there. So we should be approaching the next waypoint, which is actually literally the channel there. The next waypoint is literally the channel, so that one will be an easy one to spot. And then it's as simple as flying in between bridges for 10 miles, and then we're gonna be doing an overhead approach, or we'll be doing a join. No, you're off. You're off course. I know that is the crazy thing. At least you guys have the ability to regulate it properly. We don't. USB-C mandated in every phone. Perfect. Removable batteries, which I think will be happening, if I'm not mistaken, that's happening this year. That's good. I mean, at least you guys are actually regulating the shit correctly as well. Unlike us. I know. It's like, you guys have been doing it right. Alright, we should be seeing the... Yes, perfect. And then in terms of the channel, we're searching for a little bit that or a little island. And then that's where we turn heading... That's where we turn, actually, maintain basically the same present heading. Yeah. Without that, we'd all be fucked. So. What airport is Echo Golf Hotel Foxtrot? Does anyone know? Because there's a tower for it doesn't affect us though. Know that for certain. It's in my range now. All right. Is that an actual or well, okay, that's a stupid question, but is that a concrete field or a field with actual runways or a dirt field? Should be. So probably a dirt field then.
Bristol traffic, easy 59 X-ray, go for do check.
5-5, how me? I got you 5-5, how me? Pave. Oh, nice. Okay, we are actually a little bit off. We're off by maybe a mile, so we'll turn heading 275. Sorry, 225 for 1 minute, so that's Hotel Foxtrot, sorry. It could go for Hotel Foxtrot. It's a 332. Alright, perfect. Turn back heading, or on track of 175. That's awful. Actually, that's fine. Or no, it was 17. It was 174. That worked out well. Because look, we're back on track now. Actually, we are off track again. So I overestimated. Thank you. I have not looked at my phone in hours, so I'll have probably about 15,000 messages to get caught up on. Big Ryan, come in early, please. Please, I don't want to do my job. It's like, fuck off. We actually had apparently we had someone quit the other day after they were written up for leaving early. For no good reason. And this person had been with us for like 40 fucking years, but it was kind of caught us all by surprise. Move with urgency. There you go. Yeah, well, in a fast food place, you leaving early, that's kind of an issue. But yeah, Fry, if move with urgency. There you go. That's a really good tip. Move with urgency. Get good at what you do, then you'll move up very quickly. Maybe not very quickly, but you'll move up, and it'll do good if you just move with a lot of urgency, and then also be on time, be early. I mean, that's how I got promoted like 5 times. That's how they learned to like me. Pick up extra shifts if you can. Work hard. Right, now we're about to turn on a...
Bristol traffic 103 Bravo Whiskey is entering runway 27 via Alpha X-ray.
Alright. To make a slight turn. Alright, we're going to continue on this for 7 minutes. So that at 4-2, we should be seeing the Clifton Suspension Bridge. To maintain this exact present heading, essentially. Or present track. You're descending a little bit, but you go back up to that, please. Here, let's actually. Oh, we're overdue for freedom check now. Everything's looking fine. Looking fine. Get back to that. Boom. Looking good. Julian. Yeah. I was about to say I don't know. We are off a little. Should be about 10 degrees. Left. 176.
Bristol traffic EZ5 and X-ray Golf taxiing via Zulu, holding Alpha runway 27.
Ooh, that the instrument stuff now, that's intriguing me. Right, we are officially below our minimum safe, so let's go ahead and take a little bit of a ascent here.
Bristol Traffic 203 Bravo Whiskey taking off runway 27.
Not the best day for VFR, I will say. This is what happens when you don't look at the charts correctly.
Bristol Traffic EC5 and extra golf landing up runway 27.
Looking better now. I'm gonna go crosswind join. Most likely, anyway. That's what I'm thinking, anyway. Is that Felton? What airfield is that? Yeah, that might have been Felton. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, you're off versus slightly. It should be 7, 6. Yeah, what I thought. Well, that's because it. Okay. Well, that's because it's a retired airfield, deactivated. I would have expected you to know that.
Bristol Traffic EC5 and extra golf taking off runway 27. 1 X-ray.
Well, it's not really a tiny place. I mean, it's where they did a lot of the stuff for the Concorde. I think Aviation Bristol is there. So, wherever that event's going to be, that FS Expo event. I might get to it. I probably won't actually, but I won't rule it out. Especially if I end up in Bristol. Okay, looking for the bridge, and I do have the map up. Should be. This movie is not the best area to see it. Either way, the map says we've gone past it, so.
These Bristol Traffic EC5 and extra golf 6,600 pound 360 final call Bristol.
Bristol Traffic, Golf India Romeo Yankee November, turning on direct for the airfield. I'm gonna join via crosswind join. Bristol Traffic. I agree. Anyway, returning, now heading to 16. What? Yeah, 216. Taking your altitude down to 1500. Actually, no, not 1500. Sorry. 2000. We should be remaining 2500. Because we're doing crosswind join. There it is. There it is. Well, we made it. Kind of. With cheating. Bristol traffic, Elf in your room, you can remember going to be joining crosswind join, assuming it's left-hand circuits. For runway 27, Bristol traffic. Alright, landing lights on. Now's a good time to do a freedom check. Looking fine, we just switched the fuel a few minutes ago. Right, again, begin a bit of a descent. Get down to 1,500 feet. Does someone have a Q&H for me for Bristol? Thank you. Bristol traffic, Golf India Romeo Yankee November, turning down runway 27. Touch and go. Bristol traffic. Alright, I have a hard time believing it's 1,500. Not this airport elevation. Should have gone out a bit more on the base. We are off. Gee. Alright, there we go. Bristol traffic, Golf India Romeo Yankee November, showing final now runway 27. Bristol traffic. Alright, yeah, we are a little low. Those pappies are not right. Go and get the carpet in. And the elevation, I forgot to get the elevation, whatever. Seems about right to take it out now. Flaps full. Bristol traffic, Gulf India room, Yankee November, short final now, runway 27 to land. Bristol traffic. Power. Remember, we can float this a little. If you want to go down all the way down the runway. There we go. Ah, bum that can make that. One that we can make that one. We should have another exit coming up though. No, I'll just take the taxiway. it is. It is. Oh, wait, we can get off here. Just fine. I knew this was coming up, so it's fine. Bristol traffic, Gulf India Romeo, I can remember now clear the runway, taxi no parking. Bristol traffic. Now where is GA parking on this? Get the flaps up now. At this airport, where is GA parking? South. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. I see that now. I see that now. Go ahead and cross at Delta, which is about right here. Bristol traffic Gulf India Romeo Yankee November going to cross runway 2709 at Delta. Bristol traffic. Does it look blocked off? No, that's just a fence. Alright, landing's off for good now. Just go ahead and put in the carb heat. Just to clear out anything that's built in there. Yeah. Wasn't expecting. You see, actually, Friday they say it's fine. They said it's fine, but I also do a better job with them. So I don't care about taxing too much. I am capable of it, despite what Fry says. I I am capable of remaining on the center line for taxi. It's just that at times like this, I just don't care. Because we have the whole airfield to ourselves. You can park over here somewhere. See, we're doing fine right now. Let's see. Let's go ahead and just park up right about here. Next to this turboprop here. I think it's a turboprop anyway. See you, Clark. Thanks for tuning in. Just gonna park up right here. All right. Throttle 1200 RPM. All right. Check the dead cut. Looking fine. Right. Take out the carb sheet. All right. Engine off. There we go. There we go. I might, but I'm gonna do it off camera if I were to do some more. Which I haven't made my decision yet, to be honest. Anyway, in terms of the stream, this is all I'm going to do for tonight. I don't know if there's gonna be one, like actually tonight. There might be one. I haven't decided yet. Might also knock out the next few legs of a tour I'm working on for that's content for when I'm actually gone and moving. But anyway, for right now, this is all I'm gonna do. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast. I mean, I learned some lessons, but that's neither here nor there. And we will see you. I will see everyone either tonight or Saturday night. So long.